My sister's death irrevocably transformed my naturally rebellious spirit, molding me into the continent's most formidable figure. Therefore, I find myself perpetually trapped within the shadows of that tragedy, unable to fully escape its grasp. Coupled with the ceaseless scorn and accusations leveled against me by my family over the long term. In their deliberate alienation, pushing me to the brink, I ultimately chose to abandon my home. Choosing to conceal my identity and live under an assumed name, seeking solace and a fresh start. I was, undeniably, that incorrigible madman, a hopeless case in my former life. A stubborn young master utterly devoid of martial prowess, a far cry from who I am now, but driven by the need to expose the mastermind behind my sister's murder and atone for my past failings. I recognized the absolute necessity of becoming exceptionally powerful first. Moreover, my strength had to surpass nearly all others, achieving a level of dominance rarely seen. And ultimately, my aspirations materialized into reality. After enduring 2.5 years immersed in the demanding life of a mercenary, I accumulated a staggering amount of prestige, accolades, and material wealth beyond measure, leading the world to rightfully acknowledge me as the unparalleled king of mercenaries. Yet, just as I prepared to return to my family, eager to rectify the errors of my past, my family, the Ferdium, now lies in ruins, reduced to utter desolation and decline. Fortunately, Providence has shown mercy, after my head was severed by my family's enemies, granting me a second chance at life. Looking at my reflection in the water now, my heart is filled with bewildered uncertainty. Indeed, at this moment, I am unaware of my rebirth. How could there be no wound upon my neck? Could it be that I was captured and subjected to magical experiments? Just then, a soldier entered. "Young master, I knew you'd awaken." I recognize him. He's Ricardo, a soldier of Ferdium. But to uncover the truth, I drew my sword and held him hostage. If you don't want today to be your death anniversary, then answer my questions truthfully and without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Ricardo, even under my coercion. Unexpectedly, Ricardo, even with me trying to pressure him, deeply inhaled a breath. The young master is simply incapable of changing, even in this situation. The young master is still unyielding, unable to change his mind despite everything. No means no, period. If something's not going to happen, it just isn't. I, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered, wondering what on earth he was talking about. Meanwhile, I was left utterly confused, trying to decipher what he was rambling on about. Who knew that in the next second, this guy would suddenly shove me away forcefully. In the next instant, he surprised me by abruptly pushing me back. "You exhausted yourself to the point of falling asleep just moments ago. You pushed yourself so hard that you collapsed into sleep just a short while ago. How could you have forgotten everything so quickly? How could you have forgotten all of that so soon? There is absolutely no way I'm giving you command over the subjugation of the orcs." Then she whispered secretively, "Even if the young master is poor, there's no need to curse himself, his family being destroyed, right? If the Lord hears that kind of talk, you'll get whipped." I fiercely pinched my cheek. The pain confirms this isn't a dream, which means I've been reborn into the past. But celebrating now would be premature, wouldn't it? The forces that threaten the family likely began their elimination plan much earlier. Right now, though, I need to deal with what's about to happen imminently. Just now, Ricardo mentioned the matter regarding command over the orcs. How could I ever forget this particular memory? Back then, eager to gain recognition, I ignored all warnings and joined the subjugation squad heading toward this Benjine area. Intelligence from Yaosan indicated 3 orcs would attack, which sparked my ambition to command the operation. After all, dealing with a mere 3 beasts was child's play for the orcs. But the reality was far from it. The orcs numbered far more than just 3. Instead, they amounted to a terrifying force of nearly 200 strong. This overwhelming number directly resulted in a devastating blow to Ferdium's subjugation squad. Fortunately, there's still some time before the full-scale Orcish invasion hits. I have ample time to formulate a flawlessly victorious subjugation plan better than yours. Little did I know, no sooner had those words left my mouth than a watchtower right before my eyes was pulverized into smithereens. At the same moment, the patrolling soldiers sounded the alarm with urgency. The orcs had appeared, but faced with a massive and sudden Orcish onslaught. The thinly spread and weak soldiers were quickly routed and defeated. Suddenly, a command echoed from afar, urging all soldiers not to panic. "Prepare defensive formations immediately," came the firm order. It was Coben, the commander of this very subjugation squad. But very quickly, Even he began to sense that something was terribly amiss. This number is far beyond what their subjugation squad could withstand in a reckless battle of attrition. It would inevitably lead to the annihilation of the entire army. And while Gobin was stunned and lost in thought, a formidable orc suddenly launched a surprise attack from the rear flank. Seeing this perilous situation unfold, I immediately stepped forward and charged ahead, swiftly pushing him out of harm's way and behind me. Gobin, on the other hand, could only watch everything unfold in complete shock and disbelief. As the orc's axe, larger than my own physique on the team, swung down. With a swift, upward slashing motion, my blade struck true, severing both the orc's weapon and its arm into two separate pieces. And after successfully defeating this fearsome orc, I walked directly towards Gobin without hesitation, and decisively commanded him to hand over the command of the subjugation squad to me, even though they were currently teetering on the brink of life and death in such a dire situation. How could Gobin possibly relinquish command to what seemed like a madman? I am truly sorry, young master, but I am powerless to assist you in this matter. This situation is far from child's play. The stakes are incredibly high. The response from Galban in this simulated war game has been causing me a great deal of frustration and concern. However, I can't entirely blame him. If I were in his position, faced with such a crucial decision, I too would hesitate to entrust something so important to someone seemingly incapable and unreliable. With no other viable option, I was reluctantly forced to implement Plan B. Just as Galban braced himself to confront the impending onslaught of the orcs, I swiftly moved from behind him, intercepting the attack with decisive action. I forcefully flung the sword away from Galban, preventing him from taking unnecessary action. Startled and narrowly avoiding a severe injury, Galban instinctively dropped the sword in surprise. Grasping my collar in frustration, I exclaimed, urging the young master to refrain from causing further disruption. But in that very instant, as the orc collapsed, he finally realized the significance of what had just occurred. He noticed that the earlier blow, seemingly haphazard, had miraculously struck the orc's most vulnerable point, leading to its immediate downfall. Subsequently, I turned to Galban, posing a critical question. Do you truly understand what constitutes the most fundamental element in combat? If even your spirit gets worn down, then you're probably even more aware than I am of how this battle will ultimately end. Having said that, I decided to ignore the chain of command entirely, and charged headfirst into the horde of beasts without any hesitation. Amidst the flashes of blades and clanging of steel, I wielded my sword with incredible finesse. A small number of orcs simply posed no threat to me at all. But this sight utterly shocked Galban for more than 2.5 long years. This resurgence felt just like a dream unfolding before his eyes. The good-for-nothing young master who couldn't even grasp the basics of magic was now, unbelievably, holding his own against the savage orcs. The amazing swordsmanship skills, the concise and agile movements. In Galban's eyes, I appeared to be a combat veteran, a swordsmanship master with a wealth of experience and considerable power. Simultaneously, as the number of orcs continued to swell rapidly, combined with the quick and drastic depletion of my stamina, I can only start learning from other comics now. The protagonist starts using his talking skills to respond to you, and I haven't even warmed up yet. To be honest, you so-called fighting races are nothing special, and under the taunts of my verbal skills. Basically, all the orcs were baited by me into a single spot. As for the rest, I can only rely on the good fortune of the upperclassmen. Fortunately, this guy didn't let me down. But while all the soldiers thought I was simply running away, he saw through my battle plan, and the entire troop quickly formed a shield wall formation, and fully supported the young master's running position at full speed. At this time, although I had been forced to the cliff by the orcs, but seeing the scene behind me, I couldn't help but grin. Immediately afterwards, I jumped down the cliff without hesitation, and I'll leave the rest to you guys. Right now, with a commanding tone, Gobin ordered, "Everyone, push these damned orcs down below." Ultimately, the subjugation force achieved victory with a casualty rate of only 10%. But in reality, this is also a redemption for the mistakes I made in my previous life. Just then, Gobin noticed me below, propped up against the cliff face with my sword. He initially intended to reach down and pull me up, but alas, I was completely exhausted, unable to even grip my sword tightly. Suddenly, a voice appeared in my mind. "Brother, please, take me with you." It was the voice of my younger sister, Elena. It was then that I abruptly awoke from this vivid dream. Having fallen to the bottom of the cliff, I fortunately managed to survive. However, I had depleted my strength to its absolute limit during the battle, causing my entire body to ache so severely that even breathing feels somewhat difficult, just at that very moment. The person I once admired and respected the most appeared before me. Her name is Belinda, and she's been my caretaker since childhood, acting like a father figure. Essentially, she's the guardian witch of my life, always watching over me. After my family's downfall, the only trace I could find of her was nothing more than a tattered, worn-out shoe, a haunting reminder of the past. At this moment, Belinda, ever concerned, was scolding me, likely for my recklessness and overestimation of my abilities. She was probably ready to chastise me more. But the next second, without warning, I rushed forward and embraced her tightly in my arms. Belinda, I am truly overjoyed to see you again. It feels like a miracle to be reunited. What's so joyful about it, young master? Aren't you and I together every single day? She retorted playfully. Upon hearing those words, a daring resolution formed within me, solidifying my resolve. That is to reveal my identity as a reborn person, confiding in her, telling Belinda everything. In the near future, the grand and proud Ferdium will face a catastrophic crisis, a period of immense danger. Don't bother asking me how I know this with such certainty. Don't question my knowledge. Because I am a reborn individual who has experienced death and returned to life, carrying memories of what is to come. Alas, despite my earnest plea and heartfelt confession, Belinda simply refuses to believe my story. Very well, it seems our young master has been reborn. But what I truly want to tell you is this. The real crisis that Ferdium faces is none other than your young master's misguided actions. And still, here I am, rambling on and on. Moving on to what happened later. Belinda subjected me to a comprehensive, cleansing lecture that lasted 2.5 hours. Afterward, he inquired if I would be attending the celebration scheduled for a week from now. Upon hearing this, my anguish instantly resurfaced, leading Belinda to assume I had forgotten this important event entirely, and even playfully teased that if Miss Elena were to find out, she would undoubtedly be quite displeased. But the truth is far from that. You see, the day of the celebration marks the very moment Elena encounters her tragic fate. This is a memory that has tormented me my entire life, and in any way possible. I must alter that course of events, rewriting history as it were. Just then, Elena pushed open the door and walked in. She had made a special trip to come and see how I was doing. Seeing her reaction, I quickly and tightly embraced her. And I said with deep affection, your brother has missed you dearly. Hearing these words, Elena felt extremely disgusted. Quickly, get away from me. What are you going on about now, you goofball? This so-called international joke was met with Elena pushing me away. I almost couldn't breathe, I have to say, without a doubt. My sister's natural talent is far superior to mine. At such a young age, her physical strength is already so formidable. Little did they know what I was about to say next would leave both Linda and Elena in utter shock and disbelief. I apologize. I was indeed a bit too overwhelmed just now, my bad. What? A young master actually apologizing proactively. Indeed, Belinda, you are absolutely right to call me here. My brother's brain has genuinely been kicked senseless, it seems. I initially wanted to retort, but that familiar wave of agonizing pain washed over my entire being once more, watching me writhe in discomfort on the ground. Their idiotic, mocking smiles somehow managed to invigorate everyone around me. Indeed, things remained predictably the same as always. This kind of existence, with all its familiar challenges, is precisely what I yearn for most. As for what needs to be done next, the immediate priority is to dedicate myself to rigorous training. This time, I absolutely will not allow those responsible for murdering Elena to succeed in their heinous plot. Following that decision, I sought out Old Man Fergus. He is the dedicated caretaker and manager of the training grounds here in Ferdium. He took me to an unoccupied training area. I intend to train with Fergus diligently. It feels as strange and unexpected as the sun rising in the northwest. Because ever since I was a young child, the very notion of rigorous training has been my utmost aversion. In a swift turn, Fergus led me to a remarkably pristine and well-equipped training facility. Looking at the comprehensive array of gear and equipment within, I felt a profound sense of shame and inadequacy. Even after they rose to become kings of the mercenaries, I wasn't even treated with such consideration. It was later from Old Man Fergus that I understood. This training ground was always exclusively reserved for me. They were afraid I would suddenly need to use it. So the equipment inside was constantly maintained and repaired meticulously. Words of gratitude aren't really my forte, old man Fergus. You need to live a long and healthy life. The feeling of death is truly awful. Young master, have you perhaps experienced death firsthand? He inquired upon hearing this. My eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Finally, I've encountered someone who understands. That's right, young master. I am someone who has been resurrected from the dead. But the result was still the same as with Belinda. Fergus simply wouldn't believe it. But I didn't dwell on it. After calling old man Fergus away, I am about to begin my very first cultivation session. This is a tattered half of a magical tome, discarded in a latrine for 10,000 years. Yet, the moment I saw its first page, I knew that this was the ultimate treasure purely because, in my previous life, I relied on it to reach the pinnacle of the continent, and my internal magic core directly broke through to an astonishing 5th level. For humans to harness magic and enhance their physical attributes, they must sense and receive the magical particles existing in the air around them, and condense them into the first level of their magic core. At this moment, I am sitting cross-legged on the ground, recollecting the cultivation method recorded in the book from my past life. For someone like me, who has spent years on the battlefield, creating the first level of magic core is as simple as eating a meal. And with the emergence of 3 magic cores, I directly and forcefully pushed through my limits, linking everything together into one cohesive unit. Although its success signified that my very first cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the magic box, a significant achievement. However, due to the excessive strain on my body, I suffered a severe backlash as a consequence of pushing too hard, resulting in bleeding from all 7 orifices. This clearly indicates my current physical limit. In my previous life, I risked nearly everything fighting tooth and nail, and I only managed to reach the 5th level of the magic box. But it's alright, it's really not a problem. Because even the 3rd level is enough for me to unleash a burst of explosive power in a short amount of time. Moreover, those people would never recklessly dispatch the top-tier elites from their families, just to deal with a mere little girl. And this is what I've suddenly realized, the reason for my defeat in my past life. Even if this method of cultivation allows me to become stronger in the short term, providing a temporary boost in power, the magic power required to sustain it will increase exponentially, accelerating the consumption of my reserves. Fortunately, having been reborn, I possess 2 major advantages: a youthful body and an abundance of time to hone my skills, which means that the obstacles preventing me from maximizing my magic power will no longer exist. Up. In my past life, you severed my head. But in this life, I will absolutely make you repay me, one by one. Just you wait and see, you worthless scum who only know how to resort to despicable tricks in the shadows. And you as well, Duke Delphi, who destroyed my esteemed Ferdium family. Time swiftly advanced, and it was now the evening of the week-long festival. At this very moment, I stood fully armed, thoroughly prepared for whatever may come. My younger sister, Elena, visibly registered surprise at the sight before her. I never expected you would actually find the leisure time to grace the festival with your presence. In previous years, I was practically lucky to even catch a fleeting glimpse of your shadow, she remarked. Furthermore, I heard that you have been constantly buried in training and rigorous cultivation these past few days. Has your brain genuinely not been replaced by those uncouth and brutish orcs, perchance? Therefore, I firmly declared that I am the first in line to inherit the Ferdium family's legacy. And naturally, growing stronger to safeguard our family's honor is my solemn duty. Alina was speechless, wasn't she? Clearly, I was super opposed to the succession thing before. I even sometimes wished I'd get seriously ill, or die heroically on the battlefield so he could have the heir position. I busted my ass, risking life and limb, trying to protect your life. And you're actually thinking of saving me in return, remember that. But seeing as Alina seems to be enjoying tonight's celebration, I won't continue to haggle and bicker with him over it. After a week of thorough investigation, I found that the main city and its streets are just as they usually are, and no unusual phenomena have appeared or been observed. Furthermore, even with the knowledge I possess about future events, I can't rely on that to calculate or deduce completely unknown outcomes. In other words, every single move in this game of unknown chess that's been laid out must be played by me. Subsequently, under the guidance of Elena, we sampled all sorts of delicacies along the festival streets, savoring each bite. But since the preparations for each year's festival are mostly the same, offering familiar fare, Elena quickly grew tired of the repetitive offerings and lost her enthusiasm. She really hoped that some innovative novelties would appear this year to pique her interest. In contrast, I didn't share her sentiments and remained unperturbed by the lack of change. Instead, I was constantly observing everything around us, carefully taking in the ambience. Perhaps because I was standing too close to Elena, making my observations less obvious. The festival was almost drawing to a close, and yet, the other party hadn't revealed the slightest clue or slip-up, just as I was pondering whether I should head over to the main venue to take a look around. At that very moment, a soldier approached us with a sense of purpose. He informed Elena that there was a special program being held at a unique location, and he was ready to take her over there to have a look and enjoy the festivities. And Elena, without any hesitation or worries, confidently took the soldier's hand. To the left is Jamal, and to the right is Philip. They grew up alongside Elena since they were children, being recognized throughout the territory as the most trustworthy personal attendants. But at this moment, everything became crystal clear to me. These two guys were actually traitors who had been hiding by Elena's side all along, I realized with growing certainty. The scene shifts, and Philip points ahead, indicating that this is the very place where the special program is about to be held. Yet the venue is completely empty and apart from them. There isn't a single soul to be seen anywhere. Elena, it's genuinely hard to imagine that a program held in such a dirty place could possibly be enjoyable. So, she turns to Philip and angrily demands they take her elsewhere, or else she will deduct their pay without hesitation as a form of punishment. On the other hand, I keep observing the surrounding environment carefully. At first glance, these do indeed appear to be endless, misty streets. But in reality, they are all ingeniously designed to block off any possible escape routes. That's when I was abruptly yanked away by a sudden, forceful power. Apparently, Philip, unwilling to bring Elena along and in a fit of childish pique, was dragging me home, wanting nothing more than to sleep the day away. Unexpectedly, in the very next moment, Jamal stepped in front of Elena, blocking her path. And with a fiercely menacing glare in his eyes, he issued a stark warning. I told you to wait a moment if you continue to disobey. I will not hesitate to tear you into 8 pieces right here and now. These chilling words instantly caused Elena to tremble with fear from head to toe. What exactly are the two of you planning to do to us? I warned them sternly. If we don't return to our territory today, my people will not let you get away with this. Philip, seeing the charade was over, decided to drop the act, stating, Of course, it's because we received a commission with a very generous reward. You all just obediently wait here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being too ruthless. Having said that, behind Philip, 3 tall and sturdy men walked forward menacingly. If I'm not mistaken, these are the 2 traitors. The mastermind behind them did a good job, so efficient. Philip responded, That's for sure, now that I've brought the people to you. Please don't forget to avenge us, your little brothers. To this, the man in the hat didn't respond, because he spotted a very familiar face. Isn't that the useless young master of Ferdium? The commission didn't mention that he was supposed to be brought here too. Upon hearing this, Philip explained, This foolish kid followed us on his own accord. If you consider it as an extra reward we're giving you, just keep it the same as originally agreed upon. After Philip finished speaking, I said in an icy tone, Don't even think that after selling us out like this, the 2 of you can safely escape from here unscathed. Young master, you should start worrying about yourself first. Those opponents you're facing are definitely not pushovers. Besides, I've been wanting to leave this place for ages. This impoverished and backward backwater of a battlefield is terrible. And on top of that, we have to go fight the orcs at the border every day. I am utterly sick and tired of this kind of life. But then, right as Philip finished uttering those words, I drew my demon sword and with a single, swift strike, instantly killed him. Jamal, who was standing next to him, was completely stunned by what he witnessed. His mouth trembled so much that he couldn't even utter a single coherent word. This is the consequence you face for betraying your homeland and its people. Next, it's your turn. Upon hearing these words, Jamal, he hastily embraced Elena, intending to use her as a shield or bargaining chip. But before he could even draw his sword in defense, my blade had already struck him squarely in the crown of his head with deadly accuracy. It seems Jamal will not be able to rest in peace now, because until his dying breath, he couldn't comprehend that the seemingly useless individual, who only knew how to play all day long, could actually harness magical power to end his life in a single, decisive blow. At this moment, I noticed Elena's emotional state becoming increasingly unstable and erratic. Therefore, to ensure she wouldn't hinder my subsequent actions and strategies, I made the swift decision to knock her unconscious first, so 3 people can be handled later, right? It seems I cannot afford to delay any longer in this critical situation. Upon witnessing my sister kidnapped and her life hanging precariously in the balance, teetering on the edge, I swiftly delivered a sharp blow to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Simply because I am about to confront 3 formidable adversaries, each possessing considerable strength and skill. Therefore, to ensure my subsequent operational plans aren't disrupted, I'm compelled to put him to sleep for the time being, which conveniently prevents him from witnessing any more gruesome scenes later on. Meanwhile, upon witnessing my instantaneous defeat of the 2 soldiers, the hat-wearing man was visibly taken aback and promptly made his way onto the main road. Everyone knows that the young master of Ferdium can barely handle a sword, let alone be proficient in the arcane arts of magic. But it seems, young master, that you've been concealing your true abilities all along. I offered no response, instead retrieving the sword that was embedded in the soldier's forehead, although there are 3 individuals present. The 2 flanking figures possess negligible magical power, leaving only the hat-clad fellow as a potentially challenging opponent. It seems I can't afford to prolong this engagement excessively. Nevertheless, I remain curious to know, who exactly ordered you to kill my sister? The man in the hat was filled with disdain and arrogance. I only know that such information is utterly pointless for someone about to die. Since that's the case, then I'll beat the fortune out of you before you answer. Suddenly, 2 underlings next to the hatted man unsheathed their swords and charged towards me, intending to capture me alive. He will let the young master experience the sensation of being tortured without dying. I, however, remained completely calm and unperturbed. I pulled out a small compact bomb from my bag and tossed it out. Then, seizing the moment of its explosion, I swiftly dashed forward with a thrust, instantly killing one of them. The other one noticed a vulnerable opening after my attack, and without a word, he attacked me on the side. It seems like, little did he know, his attack was foreseen and completely read through by me. A simple parry was all it took to achieve a perfect defense against the incoming strike. Immediately following this, I clamped the opponent's blade firmly with my right hand. Then, with a sudden, forceful yank, I disarmed him, snatching his weapon away. Without a weapon, he was utterly vulnerable, reduced to a lamb awaiting slaughter. I swiftly and effortlessly dispatched yet another enemy from the battlefield. But precisely at that moment, I detected a palpable wave of murderous intent emanating from behind me. The hat-wearing assailant mistakenly believed his surprise attack was about to succeed. Little did he know that my extensive battlefield experience had made me acutely sensitive to such murderous intent. His underhanded tactics stood virtually no chance of inflicting any harm upon me. Consequently, the hat-wearing man was utterly bewildered by my response. He couldn't comprehend how such an unconventional sword-gripping stance could possibly deflect his attack. The only plausible explanation he could conjure was that I was deliberately concealing my true capabilities, capitalizing on the hat-wearing man's moment of stunned disbelief. I executed a rapid, 180-degree spin, preparing to strike him as he descended, even as he reacted preemptively with an upward leap. My dual-sword fighting style offers a myriad of variations. A single upward thrust landed successfully on the hat-wearing man's neck, but to my utter surprise, I had only struck the hat's critical point. The man still possessed the strength to retaliate. Thankfully, I quickly adjusted my stance, barely managing to parry the blow. At that moment, I noticed a dense concentration of magical energy around the wound on the hat-wearing man's neck, and I understood why that attack hadn't decapitated him. I didn't expect that he could use that kind of defense, gathering magic in a specific area of the body to mitigate received damage. Looking at the hat-wearing man, although he sensed that my swordsmanship was rather peculiar, under the overwhelming force of absolute power, no matter how much he struggled, he was merely delaying his inevitable demise. You little brat, with your current magical abilities, you absolutely stand no chance of defeating me. And considering the situation at this precise moment, it is indeed playing out as the man with the hat had predicted. I find myself currently in a rather passive and defensive position. However, he could never possibly imagine that. The real reason I'm doing this is to thoroughly assess the true extent and limits of his power and capabilities. You old codger, so it turns out that your strength is ultimately quite limited and unimpressive. And so, leveraging the two swords in my grasp, I firmly planted them on the ground for support, to steady my stance, and then I began to gather all my strength within my left leg. Immediately after, I directed a forceful and swift downward strike directly towards the man's face, delivering a significant blow with considerable force. Observing the man with the hat, it was clear that he recovered and regained his composure in practically no time at all. I even began to suspect that this particular kick would, once again, fail to inflict any tangible harm upon him. But just as he was about to gloat and revel in his perceived invulnerability, a sudden wave of dizziness abruptly overwhelmed his senses, launching directly from within his mind, and he began to spew mouthfuls of what appeared to be tomato juice, indicating internal injuries. Watching myself tremble uncontrollably at this moment, the hat-wearing man felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. It was unbelievable to him. Just moments ago, my sword couldn't even scratch my own defenses, which seemed impenetrable. But now, I've been shattered by a single kick, a devastating blow. But, in truth, such a reaction is perfectly understandable, given the circumstances we are dealing with. How could someone only in the first level of demonic fusion possibly hope to defeat a demon with 3 levels of demonic fusion? Suffer and die, you vile old bastard. As those words echoed, I seized the twin swords in my hands and lunged forward with a fierce, piercing attack. Beneath my precise and skilled strikes, the hat-wearing man's attempts to block seemed hurried and disorganized. Finally, his hand was shaken so violently that it trembled uncontrollably, and the sword in his grip showed a large crack, on the verge of shattering completely. And as I unleashed a final, charged attack with all my might, the hat-wearing man's sword splintered into pieces. My sword had ripped a massive gash across his chest. But I couldn't deliver the final blow just yet. The question I posed remained unanswered, still hanging in the air. So, to ensure a safety net against any surprise, I resolved to obliterate his sinister magic box without delay. At that very moment, I slammed a forceful punch into his neck and pressed him once more, repeating my crucial inquiry. Who exactly is the mastermind who ordered the assassination of my sister? Suddenly, a concealed projectile shot forth from the hat-wearing man's sleeve. Its deadly trajectory aimed precisely at Elena, who lay helpless on the ground. However, I was not about to allow him to succeed with such ease. After all, I have the power to extract and utilize my potent magic at will. Even before this battle truly commenced, I anticipated that an individual of baby's caliber would certainly resort to baby-like underhanded tactics. That's why I had already preemptively constructed my magic threat network as a precautionary measure. I'm warning you, you better not play any more tricks. I am warning you, it would be best if you cease these charades immediately. Answer the question properly now. Answer the question properly, without any further delay. If you make me feel good. Perhaps if you were to improve my mood. Maybe I'll draw my sword and spare your life. Perhaps I might just sheath my sword and allow you to live. Seeing the hat-wearing man not responding for a long time, observing that the man in the hat remained unresponsive after a considerable pause, I increased the pressure, allowing the sword to touch his magic box. I escalated the pressure, bringing my blade into contact with his arcane artifact, and the hat-wearing man, feeling his magic box being harmed, finally became anxious. And the hat-wearing man, sensing the harm to his precious artifact, was finally jolted into a state of anxious awareness. Are you crazy, you little brat, detonating the magic box? All right, I surrender. It was Count Delpire who ordered us to do this. He intended to use this opportunity to provoke conflict between you and the Deagle family, triggering a full-scale war. As for them, they simply have to sit back and wait to reap the benefits. It truly is the kind of despicable deed Count Delpire would orchestrate. In my previous life, I witnessed countless dirty dealings like this, and he would usually dispatch his underlings or other allied families to carry them out, always ensuring he never personally exposed himself in any way. Following that, I told the hat-wearing man that, in my past life, I learned a crucial lesson, which is that when dealing with despicable individuals, you absolutely cannot afford to show any mercy whatsoever. As you have just heard, I am a reborn individual who has returned from death. Having said that, I didn't even allow the hat-wearing man a chance to catch his breath. Suddenly, I exerted all my strength to completely destroy his magic box. Just then, even at this critical moment, the hat-wearing man still attempted to resist by picking up his movable head. But such a feeble attack from him didn't even qualify as a tickle for me. And so, I happened to usher in the end of the celebration that had started the previous day. Having successfully eliminated the last enemy, I saw that Elena was lying safely on the ground, unharmed. I was finally able to lower my weapon and relax my vigilance. But in the very next second, a sharp pain suddenly swept through my entire body. Indeed, this newly trained body of mine is currently not strong enough to sustain the use of the magic box for an extended period. It seems that further cultivation in the third layer will have to be done at the Chin family from now on. Otherwise, if my past life were to suddenly interfere, dealing with that group of troublesome individuals would become quite difficult. Afterward, I ran towards a house not far away. As the hat-wearing man had just mentioned, eliminating Elena was a calculated move to ignite a conflict between the Ferdium and Daigul families. But the truth is, I was already aware of this scheme. Upon discovering Elena's lifeless body, the eldest son of the Daigul family was conveniently found lying beside her, setting him up. From that moment forward, this unfortunate soul would be framed with the accusation of Elena's murder. It was precisely from this point onward that a hidden time bomb was discreetly planted within my Ferdium family. Therefore, to preempt the discovery of this treacherous plot and reborn. How could I ever allow your plans to succeed so easily? And just as I was carrying Elena away from the scene, a figure clad in black suddenly materialized on a tree branch behind me. Fooled, others still disregarded, relying on magic to enhance power. Yet, I possess the unique ability to draw forth special threads from within magic to aid in combat. Little did I know that my cheat-like dark skills were absorbed from a half-section of a magical book abandoned in a latrine for ages, and during the duel against the hat-wearing man sent by Count Delpire. If I hadn't created a magical trap in advance, I'm afraid the hat-wearing man's despicable tricks would have really succeeded. However, he also has a fatal weakness. Namely, the amount of magic power consumed during the casting process is extremely high. So, with my current strength, trying to maintain it for a long time is simply unrealistic. But just as I was carrying Elena, preparing to leave the scene, a man in black suddenly appeared, only to quickly disappear into thin air. Unbeknownst to me, this person was the very middleman plotting Elena's assassination. But due to the failure of the plan, the man in black is currently facing accusations from his superiors. Furious that he couldn't even handle a little girl. It seems you're not very selective when it comes to choosing assassins. Upon hearing this, the man in black quickly explained. It was the young Master Ferdium who requested this. However, before the man in black could finish his explanation, everyone vehemently slammed the tables because they were all acutely aware that his obsession with martial arts, an incurable flaw in the eyes of the family, could never possibly hinder the operation in any meaningful way. I believe you're fabricating lies, attempting to conceal your utter failure in this mission. Please, esteemed sirs, temper your anger. The only plausible explanation at this point is that the information circulating about young Master Ferdium is a gross misrepresentation, a serious fraud. It's quite difficult for us to believe that his magical power is exceptional, potentially even surpassing yours, sirs. This also led to my reluctance to take any reckless action, which is why I dutifully returned to report this matter. However, rest assured, esteemed adults, this current plan hasn't been a complete and utter failure. The assassination of Daigul's eldest son has indeed been successful. I humbly request another opportunity for me to rectify the situation. But unbeknownst to me, this group unanimously adopted a rejecting attitude. Since even dealing with those two mere young children proved challenging, we find it incredibly hard to believe that success can be achieved. Suddenly, a reprimanding voice echoed from the depths of the darkness. All of you, shut your mouths immediately. Subsequently, he inquired, the assistance you desire will be provided to you. However, if the plan results in failure once again, you should be more keenly aware of the consequences than I am. The man clad in black urgently assured that he has successfully located Honruk to eliminate the eldest young master of Ferdium. This person's name is Kane Rogers Zongtuzu. In his youth, besides his remarkable swordsmanship, his innate brute strength ensured he had no rivals among his peers in Beijing. Most importantly, Kane is the cousin of that young Master Ferdium. Meanwhile, back in Ferdium's main city, Jest deliberately avoided seeking me out at the training grounds. But suddenly, the magic threads I cast from afar astonished him when they retrieved the sword from the stand. So he asked with a puzzled expression, young master, how did you do that? Well, about that. This technique is called magic thread, a special type of thread created using mana. Upon hearing this, Fergus felt deeply ashamed. He had always believed his years of mana cultivation had granted him extensive experience. However, I've managed to pioneer such a novel way of using magic at such a young age. But it's quite understandable that Fergus would think this way. After all, just over half a month ago, he suspected I couldn't even use magic. Now, not only has my swordsmanship improved significantly, but my magical power has also increased quite a bit. But all in all, it's definitely something to be happy about. This kind of young master is finally worthy of the title of first heir. Also, thank you, young master, for protecting Miss Elena. What is there to thank me for? As his elder brother, protecting his safety. That is my inherent responsibility. The scene shifts. Now, Elena and I are getting ready to enjoy today's lunch together. And seeing Elena safe and sound in this life is truly joyful. But that's only at this present stage. There's absolutely no way those guys would fail just once and easily abandon the assassination attempt. Therefore, the only thing that can alter the history of Fadi's wicked mother's demise is not just focusing on enhancing my personal strength, but more significantly, it requires substantially boosting the military capabilities of our family. However, at the very moment the maid brought in breakfast, I was completely stunned, wondering how dessert was being served before the main course had even arrived. Consequently, I questioned Belinda about this unusual occurrence, only to discover an incredibly alarming fact. Our family has become so impoverished that we are struggling to afford even basic meals. At that very moment, a cacophony of noisy greetings from relatives echoed from outside the window, apparently due to the celebration being forcibly canceled after only a single day. The merchants who failed to profit this year have collectively descended upon the castle, demanding compensation for their losses. Quickly summon the Lord to come out and address us. Otherwise, we will tear down this entire castle and sell it for scrap metal. Currently, a sense of profound unease washes over me, sensing a looming crisis. Observing the frenzied state of this crowd, I fear that without intervention, they might actually tear the entire castle apart stone by stone in their rage. Subsequently, I turned to old Fergus with a hopeful suggestion. Perhaps you could lead a small detachment of soldiers down there to temporarily subdue them with a show of force, acting as a deterrent, while we devise a plan to carefully calm their increasingly volatile emotions. To this, Fergus responded with a grim expression, admitting his helplessness in the situation. He explained that due to an alarming increase in attacks along the Beijing front lines, nearly all of the able-bodied young soldiers within the castle walls have been summoned to reinforce the defenses there. Furthermore, he reminded me that just a short distance to the left lies a perilous demon forest, where monstrous creatures could emerge at any moment, posing a deadly threat to our feeble devil forces. Upon hearing this cascade of terrible news in rapid succession, I felt an overwhelming wave of numbness creeping through my entire being. It's not only that the family is strapped for cash, but even our military strength is woefully inadequate. It's no wonder I met such a swift and devastating end in my previous life. Subsequently, I embraced Linda as she whispered secrets to me. I recall that you've consistently managed my finances, haven't you? Perhaps we should use my funds to compensate those merchants first. However, Linda revealed that there's practically nothing left of my money. Previously, due to your extravagant spending habits, my dear Earl, his lordship ceased providing you with any further allowance. In that case, could you perhaps lend me some, Belinda? Wan Yin simply smiled without uttering a word. Fortunately, it seems the merchants were merely putting on a show of force. Before long, they departed from the castle and returned home. While money may not be the solution to everything, having absolutely no money certainly renders one utterly helpless. Therefore, I must devise a plan to acquire funds as soon as possible. Just then, a soldier suddenly rushed in, delivering an urgent report. Young master, a grave situation has unfolded. A major incident is occurring outside. Master Kane has specifically requested an audience. He insists on seeing you personally. Upon my arrival at the scene, the steadfast soldiers who were on guard had already been subdued and lay prostrate on the ground, barely clinging to life. Witnessing this scene, my rage surged uncontrollably. You must be Kane, correct? It has been quite some time. This boy, your worthless cousin, claims to be the weakest human on the face of the earth. Yet the sword he wields weighs 1,000 pounds, a testament to his incredible strength. Each time he duels with his peers, he overpowers them to the point of shattering their defenses. Little did they know, the weakness he professes is purely a facade, carefully crafted to deceive others. Let us rewind to the moment Cain instigated the disturbance in Furtium. His face is etched vividly in my memory. I remember it with absolute clarity. But he's also the first heir of roses. Furthermore, a formal alliance exists between our houses and Furtium, adding layers of complexity to this situation. In my younger, more naive days, Cain was indeed my only friend, but also somewhat of an adversary. This I inquired of Ricardo, the soldier standing behind me. Before Cain caused that uproar, what exactly transpired? Upon hearing this, Ricardo shamefully explained the situation. After Master Cain arrived in the main city, I accompanied Commander Goban to head over, preparing to greet him upon his arrival. However, the moment they met, Master Cain immediately asked about the rumors surrounding you. And even though Goban accurately recounted the facts, Master Cain stubbornly insisted that it was all fabricated lies. Therefore, Master Cain punished Goban on the grounds of deliberate deception. That's exactly how things unfolded. Ricardo barely finished explaining, when Cain, his face full of disdain, retorted, "As intimidating figures, you naturally deserve punishment for misspeaking. Otherwise, as the masters of this house, where would our authority and prestige lie? But the humor in this is genuinely amusing. This old man actually claims you haven't undergone proper training, yet you can effortlessly take down orcs, and even simultaneously discipline 2 soldiers who betrayed the family. Who would possibly believe that if it were said aloud? Everyone knows you're the useless tumor and utter disgrace of Fardam. It seems that after being reborn, a dog remains a dog. And the things he says are still just as nauseating and revolting. In my previous life, whenever this guy came to Fardam, accidents were guaranteed, and he'd stir up trouble everywhere. He even claimed that I was the one who instructed him to do it all, although I vehemently explained that it was all Cain's doing. Considering my naturally mischievous and troublemaking nature, naturally, nobody believed a word I said. Moreover, Cain had always possessed an excessive sense of self-confidence since childhood, and displaying a commanding presence in everything he did. This created a favorable and expectant impression of him in the eyes of many people. At this moment, Cain felt somewhat restrained because, previously, whenever I was provoked by Cain, I would definitely have retaliated with all my might, which would have prevented him from smoothly executing his subsequent plans. As it turns out, not long ago, the black-clad man who previously plotted to kill Alina located Cain and requested him to eliminate the young master of the Farium family, further promising that upon completion of the task, that influential figure would grant the Rose's family significant power and support. Naturally, Cain was enticed by this offer. But currently, the other party holds the nominal position of heir to the Farium family, and he was now uncertain on how to properly handle this matter. Hearing this, the man in black unveiled the carefully laid plan he had envisioned from the start. This involved skillfully luring that good-for-nothing into agreeing to a duel with you. Then, when the fight is well underway, subtly introduce a minor, yet decisive, twist. Ensure the end result is nothing short of his demise, ending his very existence. When the time comes, you need not harbor any worries or concerns whatsoever. I will discreetly assume the role of a protective knight, accompanying you on your journey. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will be there to swiftly and effectively adjust the situation. Opportunities as advantageous and invaluable as this one are exceedingly rare. Although Cain experienced a brief period of contemplation and worry for a fleeting moment, ultimately, driven by his ambition to elevate his family's standing and power, he made the firm decision to accept the proposition without any further hesitation. It seems this waste of space has undeniably undergone significant changes indeed. His remarkable level of patience truly broadens my perspective. I must devise a clever strategy. I must find a way to effectively provoke and enrage him to no end. Now that I've already arrived here, as the young master of the family, shouldn't you treat me properly? It just so happens that Golden Dynasty has been forced to close down. Let's liven things up to celebrate its revival. Of course, make the entertainment a little more exciting and memorable. Haven't we always been on the same wavelength when it comes to these things? Hearing his words, I started to think about some of the things that happened before. Every time this guy Cain comes, the must-have items on his list are alcohol and you. Back then, I was always afraid of getting beaten, so I always obeyed his orders without question. But it's also because of him that all my pocket money was completely spent. Speaking of money, that's what I need the most right now. Since Cain is here today, let's settle all the old scores. Let's calculate what he owes me. Seeing that I wasn't taking action immediately, Cain became impatient and annoyed. Hurry up and get your ass moving and prepare things for me. Otherwise, before he could finish speaking, I interrupted him directly. I think you're the one who should be prepared, right? All the money you spent in Ferdium before came from my pocket. Let me calculate the principal and interest. The total comes to 1,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Cain retorted that you did all of this willingly to get close to me. If you don't understand what a friendship fee is, then go back to your mother's womb and be reborn. Friend, do you think you deserve to use my money this time? Are you calculating the cost? Before, you purely treated me like a sucker, so let me warn you. You haven't been beaten yet. You better pay back all the money you owe me, without a single coin missing. At this moment, Cain's expression suddenly darkened considerably, and Ricardo, who was standing to the side and witnessed this, instantly realized that I had said something wrong, fearing that I had provoked Cain into a fit of rage. Suddenly, Cain stood up abruptly. Don't think that just because your knight spouted a few lies. Don't you dare start thinking you've suddenly become competent or capable. Trash is trash, and faced with my power. Worthless garbage is all that you are, a useless heap. And the moment Cain's words had finished echoing, immediately he swung his massive, fist-sized hand and attacked me. In contrast, I didn't panic at all. He was within striking distance, a mere hair's breadth, 1/100th of a centimeter from me. Yet with ease, I swayed aside, avoiding it effortlessly. Seeing this, Cain simply thought that I just got lucky. He quickly followed up with a horizontal fist strike from the side. But, unknown to him, I predicted that he would predict it, dodging ahead of time, crouching low, and landing a powerful, devastating uppercut directly on Cain's ribcage. But this still isn't enough. Instantly, my fist shot directly toward his face. Unexpectedly, it was intercepted by Cain's hand. But strangely, even though the guy's expression was still smiling, in the very next second, he was screaming in agony on the ground. At the exact same time, the black-clad man disguised as a guard soldier immediately seized the opportunity. Young master, are you all right? If something happens to you, we'll be in deep trouble. We'll all be finished. I knew Cain was faking it, but I couldn't figure out what benefit he could possibly gain by acting this way. Stop pretending to be dead. Cain, the black-clad man suddenly shouted loudly. Why did you hit our young master? Your actions will only damage the relationship between our allied nations. But the things he said weren't really directed at me at all. Rather, it was to sway the wishes of those around us, leading everyone to unanimously believe that I bullied Cain. However, now that things have come to this, I've already figured out Cain's intentions. And if that's the way it's going to be, I certainly won't hold back. Meanwhile, the man in black was also praising Cain's excellent acting skills. So that now, as far as anyone can see, it's entirely my fault. As for what comes next, of course, it's time for today's performance as chairman to begin. This is the golden opportunity for me to eliminate you, allowing the Ross's family to regroup and regain its strength. I absolutely cannot afford to make a wrong move. Then Cain produced a blue glove, preparing to throw it at me, thus formally requesting a duel. But I preempted him, seizing the initiative. I, Giselle, formally challenged Cain Roses to a duel. Enough is enough with the insults directed at me. You even run rampant in my Ferdium territory, going so far as to injure the Cheshire guarding my city. Today's score. I will settle it with you properly. Upon hearing this, Cain found it utterly laughable. I knew you were foolish, but I didn't expect you to be so foolish as to deliver yourself an opportunity to enter your grave. I accept your challenge, though if you wish to regret it, I fear you'll have to wait until you're burning in hell. Facing Cain's pressure, I did not flinch in cowardice. Instead, Dingley instructed Ricardo to bring those merchants who came to the main city today to demand compensation, and tell the merchants that there's a highly profitable project for them here. It was merely the simplest sword-drawing strike, yet it shocked everyone present profoundly, because they had all placed their bets on Cain, now kneeling on the ground in defeat. Little did they know the actions I would take next would cause them to become arrogant and boisterous once more, mocking that there was absolutely no chance of me securing victory in this duel. Returning to Cain, the moment he received the force of my battle body, I instructed Ricardo to gather all the merchants who had come to demand compensation today, and inform them that there was a great opportunity to earn substantial money right here. And as I stood with Cain in the arena, the surroundings were instantly packed with spectators eager to watch the spectacle, which naturally led to a significant boost in income for the nearby stalls, because those who enjoy a spectacle know that watching while eating enhances the experience. In addition, this duel incorporated a betting element, adding to the excitement. Kane's odds were 1 to 0.1, while mine were 1 to 10, reflecting the perceived risk. However, those who placed their bets with unwavering confidence were well aware of Kane's formidable strength, and therefore they were willing to risk everything they had to bet on his victory. At that moment, Kane remarked disdainfully, expressing his displeasure at the transformation of such a sacred duel into a mere gambling game. Nevertheless, it doesn't really matter to me, but let me tell you this in advance. I will not accept any premature surrenders from you mid-fight. I intend to beat you to a pulp with my own hands, or even to your last breath. Wen Yin, instructing him to cut down on the pointless chatter, said, since we have gathered such a large audience, let's get this started without further delay. But suddenly, the men in black robes shouted loudly, declaring that the duel could not proceed as planned, because none of those present were willing to place a bet in his favor. However, he also offered a suggestion. Either he could wager his own life on himself, or they could wait to see if there was some gullible fool in the audience willing to bet on him. The scene fell into a sudden, stunned silence as the weight of the moment settled in. It was clearly a guaranteed win situation, a sure thing. They weren't foolish enough to volunteer to be the fall guy and suffer the consequences. Seeing their hesitation, Kane chimed in with mocking agreement and derision. It seems your position as the future heir of Ferdium isn't so secure after all, is it? Not even your own people seem to be backing you up or showing their support. Before he could anticipate it, just as he finished speaking, Gaoban and Ricardo appeared. They suddenly stepped forward, presenting a bag of money right there on the spot. I want to bet on our young master's victory and support his endeavor. And that's not all, not by a long shot. Even Alina and Belinda had hurried over to witness and support the event. Is this amount of money sufficient to ensure the duel proceeds as intended? If it's not enough, we're ready to add more to meet the required amount. The person in charge of accepting bets hurriedly responded, emphatically stating that it was sufficient. With that, the bell rang, signaling the start of the duel and marking its official commencement. Following that, I told Kane that, after all, as your own cousin. Therefore, I should grant you the very first opportunity to strike. Consider it a generous offering. Come at me with your best shot, but you would do well to not disappoint those who are supporting you in this endeavor. Kane was quite amused and entertained by my words and playful taunts. Then the younger brother will have to accept such kind offer, as deference is key. But if you seriously wish to achieve victory in this contest, perhaps it would be wise for you to first return home and get a good, long rest. Having spoken thus, Kane immediately performed a powerful spring, launching himself high into the air with incredible force. Although his physical build and robust physique far surpassed others of his age, his speed of movement and agility were surprisingly not slow or cumbersome at all. Fortunately, I reacted promptly and raised my sword defensively to parry and block his incoming attack. Moreover, Kane's raw strength was inherently greater than that of this current body of mine. Therefore, I absolutely cannot allow myself to be locked in a prolonged, head-to-head struggle of brute force with him. Little did I know, this fellow was unexpectedly capable of forcibly canceling the after-swing of his attacks to open new opportunities. His skin was so tough that even the sharpest blades couldn't leave a scratch. I saw him reverse his grip on the sword and swing the hilt towards me with considerable force. Although I still managed to dodge it without taking any damage, as expected, his relentless offensive showed absolutely no signs of diminishing in intensity. A powerful kick was launched directly at the top of my head, threatening a knockout. At this point, I had no chance for a counterattack on the sword-fighting arena. The audience had already mentally prepared themselves to collect their winnings, anticipating a swift conclusion. Even Linda felt that the match needed to be stopped to prevent potential injury. She believed that I absolutely stood no chance against the formidable Kane. You should know that the reason Kane's strength far surpasses his peers is precisely because of the ruthless nature of his unrelenting attacks, causing his opponents to be stuck in a state of constant evasion and retreat before they can find any opening for a counterattack. While Kane only needs to exploit the vulnerabilities that appear during his opponent's desperate attempts to escape, allowing him to secure victory with a single, decisive move. It seems your pathetic skills have improved quite a bit, haven't they? But that improvement seems solely limited to the art of running away, I see. With that said, Kane began rotating the sword in his hand with considerable speed. Immediately following this, he firmly gripped the blade with both hands simultaneously, enhancing its force. This was a common technique he employed to significantly increase the power behind his attacks. Subsequently, after withstanding the brunt of this particular maneuver of his, The overwhelming force of the impact instantly launched me high up into the air. Positioned firmly on the ground, Cain was already preparing to unleash a devastating, finishing blow. Yet, just as everyone around unanimously believed I was on the verge of defeat, I swiftly focused and channeled my magical energy directly into my feet. Fortunately, I managed to halt my mid-air trajectory in the nick of time. And immediately afterwards, I responded by gripping my sword in a reverse hold, unleashing a devastating sword technique from the heavens. I caught Cain completely off guard while he was still building up his power. So, to consider your crude brute force as actual swordsmanship is laughable. So, you're a bit stronger than the average person, that's it. But what I really want to point out is that your brain is seriously lacking in processing power. At this point, Cain was provoked by my words, without saying another word. He immediately brandished his greatsword and charged furiously towards me. But right now, his movements were incredibly full of openings, even before his attack could land. I instantly altered the trajectory of his attack with a single kick. Immediately after, I leaped high into the air, while simultaneously dodging the incoming assault. I also capitalized on my mid-air spin, magnificently landing several slashes upon his body. However, even now, Cain still hasn't grasped the vast difference in strength that exists between us. His attack speed appears as if it's in slow motion to my eyes, and after dodging his thrust attack, I directly stomped my foot right down onto the blade of Cain's sword, and then followed through with a fluid and well-executed sword strike, successfully slicing a wound across the area of his neck. Cain, gazing at his lacerated skin, finally began to understand that I fundamentally had not been using my full power in this fight. Because otherwise, his skin definitely wouldn't have just cracked the surface. Just when exactly did you, of all people, manage to hone your swordsmanship to this insane level? Hearing this, I coldly cast a sidelong glance at him, and then proceeded to toss my sword carelessly aside, declaring, "My prowess extends far beyond merely the art of swordsmanship. From now on, I shall engage you in combat using only these bare fists, and me capable of achieving a 100% victory in sword duels." Yet, while possessing an overwhelming advantage, I made the inevitable choice to discard the sword in my hand. I chose to conclude the battle using nothing but my bare fists. Furthermore, I invested an additional 2,000 gold coins to further ensure my guaranteed triumph. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding onlookers were convinced I had lost my mind. After all, no matter how tough one's fists are, they can't possibly withstand the formidable attacks of Cain's great sword, while the man in black seemed visibly relieved and let out a sigh of relief. Originally, he thought his side was destined for certain defeat. It appeared that even the heavens were favoring our chances. You truly are useless and prone to fits of madness, aren't you? Little did they know that I merely intended to let them witness firsthand how I comprehensively dominate those so-called prodigies of the same spirit realm. As those who wagered bets under his lead shouted for the match to continue, Cain swiftly shed his overcoat, seized his greatsword, and immediately launched a ferocious, stabbing attack in my direction. Indeed, the foolish are often bereft of hesitation, lacking even a shred of strategic wisdom. Even if I were without a weapon, your attacks would still appear to be moving in slow motion in my eyes. I simply rotated my forearm towards my upper arm while executing a swift sidestep, leaping into a position where Cain's defensive stance was vulnerable, landing a direct punch, allowing his right thigh to savor a delightful numbing sensation. Immediately following, my fist continued its practiced sequence into another move. The dragon fist landed with a resounding blow, striking him squarely on his lower jaw, causing him to crouch on the ground, needing a full 10 seconds to recover. I then deliberately began to mock him, urging him to stand up and face me, declaring that I hadn't even begun to warm up properly. Well, after hearing me say that, Cain became so enraged that he was about to explode. I watched him recklessly charge forward once more, greatsword in hand, while I, after dodging his thrusts and sweeping strikes, clasped both hands firmly around his upper arm and with a sudden surge of force in my forearms, nearly twisted off Cain's right arm entirely. He was battered and bruised beyond recognition, yet that twisted arm looked just like a tight braid, even after suffering such a beating. Cain's desire to win remained deeply ingrained within him, because only by killing me would that esteemed figure intervene and help his Roseth family return to their former glory and rise back to the top. But that was nothing more than a pipe dream. Faced with overwhelming strength, Cain could only endure the relentless attacks. Finally, after a relentless barrage of 49 consecutive punches, Cain, his face swollen and disfigured like a pig's head, finally lost what little strength he had left to resist. Then, grabbing him by the hair, I reprimanded him sternly. I truly feel sorrow for your father. It's such a shame, as your father so deeply wished to elevate himself beyond the allied nations. But you, his own son, are now poised to destroy Ferdium entirely. However, what I'm saying must be reminding Cain of his own experiences from years past. Back when his own family was on the brink of ruin and struggling immensely, he resisted his father's fervent desire to prop up the dying Ferdium. Cain felt it was futile to pour resources into a bottomless pit, but was only met with a single resolute declaration from his father in response. I am friends with Count Ferdium, and that is all there is to it, nothing more. By the time Cain fully realized what was happening, he was about to face the full brunt of my power delivered directly to his face. But ultimately, I chose to hold back my strike. His current miserable state is punishment enough, and also repays the debt owed to the head of the Roses family. For the past kindness received, even as small as a drop of water in a desert. The lessons I needed to impart to you have already been taught comprehensively. So, stand up now, let's proceed. I simply extended my hand towards Cain, who was kneeling on the ground. Realizing that he was at fault for his actions, Cain quickly bowed his head, earnestly begging for my forgiveness. And in the end, I granted it, though it didn't mean that the money he lost in the duel would be written off. He still had to pay up as agreed. Simultaneously, my victory was met with approval from the common people. But I was also aware of the tragedy that had befallen them, since they had all placed their bets on Cain's success. At that moment, a man in black suddenly rushed onto the fighting stage, angrily scolding Cain not to be discouraged by a minor setback, reminding him not to forget the promises made by that powerful figure. Upon hearing this, Cain declared that he wanted out, refusing to continue, especially when it involved matters that could damage the allied relationship of our families. Seeing the man in black rush onto the stage in such a hurry, I narrowed my eyes and said with a playful smile, "But when it's your turn to do what you're supposed to do." The men in black seemed somewhat disoriented, unsure of what was expected of them. What are the tasks of the southern people that must be done? As a result, in the very next second, he was so utterly terrified that he felt like he was about to vomit. This person announced that he would be hosting everyone in place of Cain, stepping up to fulfill his responsibilities. Please, feel free to enjoy all the food and drinks available here to your heart's content. He casually issues and then immediately rescinds orders related to Blackstaff in a haphazard manner. He had just spoken moments ago, and now he's already comforting you, suggesting you must be overly emotional, attempting to soothe your nerves. This money will be deducted from the funds lost in the bet, accounting for the discrepancy. However, even after deducting all the expenses incurred, you would still need to compensate with at least a large chest full of gold coins to settle the debt. But if you dare to refuse to make amends, you are fully aware of the consequences that await you as a result. Just like that, another person on the arena stage lowered their head in defeat, submitting to the inevitable. The sorrowful period passed quickly, and soon the next day arrived with a fresh start. In the morning, I gratefully received a full chest of gleaming gold coins, fulfilling the promised payment. With this amount of money, I estimate I can hire a combat squad and allocate some resources reasonably in the business that I aspire to develop and undertake. But just at that crucial moment, Linda Ina suddenly barges in. They inquire about how I plan to spend this money suddenly and how to accurately. How to hand it over, but handing it over to them is absolutely out of the question for me. As for how I handle it, that is naturally my own concern and decision. This money was earned by me at the risk of my own life. This money, upon receiving it, revealed another matter to me. In a few days, young master, you're expected to attend a birthday party, please note. For this, I've already purchased an expensive and precious gift in advance. Otherwise, your fiancé will absolutely get very angry and displeased. Upon hearing these words, I was instantly stunned, completely dumbfounded. What the heck? Where did I even get a fiancé from? This roadside flower, intended as a birthday gift for a fiancé. They actually want me to pay 10,000 gold coins for it. It's all because he harbors a secret he desperately wants to keep hidden. And it turns out he's one of the very people who destroyed my family in a past life, a sworn enemy. Engaging in a marriage agreement with me back when we were just kids was merely a deceptive tactic planned by him and those allies to swallow up the Ferdium territory. Let's rewind to the moment I discovered I had a fiancé, quite a shock. This piece of information resurfaced from a memory of my previous existence. and it genuinely took me by surprise. For a full 2.5 years until I heard my fiancée's name spoken aloud, which astonishingly was Amelia Rayford. An immediate and powerful sense of foreboding washed over me. Oh heavens. My intuition was confirmed. That woman worked hand in hand with Duke Del Pi, those treacherous individuals who brought about the downfall of Ferdium. In the eyes of the common folk, Amelia presents herself as a gentle and empathetic aristocratic young lady. Yet, in the shadows, she's persistently plotting a scheme of rebellion. In Beijing, he was known by a certain nickname, the Greedy Witch. Following that, I inquired of Belinda about when father might be expected to return to the main country, to which he responded that there was still a week remaining, indicating that time was indeed fully sufficient for our purposes. Next up, it's time to get my money-making scheme underway. And due to my sudden decision to head out, Belinda anxiously questioned me, clearly fearing that I would squander all the money I had just earned, whereupon I left behind a simple declaration to go and extort some funds before promptly departing the main city to attend the meeting. On Amelia's side of things, Amelia at this moment was in the act of removing her own shoes for a barefoot girl. She stated emphatically that, within her territory, aside from herself, everyone must absolutely have shoes to wear at all times. Finally, Amelia issued a command to the soldiers standing behind her. Instruct them to rebuild houses for these people who have lost their homes, and also to prepare enough food rations to last them for half a year. He was actually doing all of this with only one very specific goal in mind, which was to establish a reputation as a benevolent and kind ruler in the hearts of his territory's residents. After that, Amelia then returned to the peaceful tranquility of her private back garden, where her close confidant and steward, Benev, then proceeded to carefully wash her feet. At this very moment, Amelia, with a clear and calculated intention, deliberately stated, "No matter what approach my father takes, he will only ever succeed in making the residents of this territory obey him unconditionally. But in reality, they are far more willing to follow someone who can provide them with enough food and warmth and meet their basic needs." Upon hearing this, the ruler Benev readily agreed and added, in recent times, "What Miss has been doing is indeed extremely beneficial for establishing strong popular support, and it will certainly play a very significant role in the future succession landscape." But then, in the very next second, unexpectedly, Amelia forcefully and abruptly planted her foot right on Benev's unsuspecting face. "Don't try to change the subject, just tell me. Why did you lose the duel against Beijing First Construction?" Benev explained, "I feared that my victory would attract unnecessary attention and might even lead to revenge affecting your movements, miss. Now is definitely not the time to reveal our hand." Then, Amelia also inquired about the operational status of her trade group. Benev stated, "Recently, the reconstruction materials after Ferdium's battle with the monsters were all purchased from their trade group. The money received is roughly equivalent to the annual Aid Your Father, Earl Rayford, gifts to Ferdium. Furthermore, the trade group has also recruited all the soldiers who left Ferdium. There are quite a few with considerable strength. You've done an excellent job, but before you fully increased your strength, you must never reveal your true identity or intentions." At that moment, one of Rayford's servants approached. His sudden appearance clearly offended Amelia's sensibilities. Just as Burnoff rose, ready to give him a stern reprimand, the servant anxiously explained that Amelia's fiancé had sent him on this errand. He conveyed that he has very important matters requiring her attention immediately, shifting the scene abruptly. Now inside her chamber, Amelia was reprimanding me for my complete lack of manners and decorum, asserting that even for fiancés, a prior notice and appointment are absolutely essential before any meeting can occur. Upon hearing the scolding, I responded, "I've come to offer you an early wish for a joyous birthday, since I am unexpectedly pleasantly surprising you." Following that, I presented him with a wildflower I had picked up from the roadside. Consider it a gift, akin to the expensive fragrance I acquired from the Merchant Guild, which perfectly complements your refined character and essence. And for future floral purchases, you may consider patronizing his establishment. Upon hearing this, Amelia promptly inquired about the name of this merchant guild. However, the moment I revealed it to be Actum, he immediately rose from his seat, preparing to depart from the reception area, unaware that this very merchant guild was under his direct command and authority. "Since the gift you intended to give me has been received, then, if there's nothing further, you may return." I have crucial matters to attend to. Suddenly, my gaze intensified, turning sharp and piercing, exuding a palpable murderous intent. Amelia Layford, I command you to take a seat immediately. And the aura I emanated instantly overwhelmed him, creating an unprecedented sense of oppressive pressure. He simply couldn't comprehend that the once timid and insignificant sentinel who dared not even speak to him. The fact that it's just a single sentence now. Just the mere mention of it made him feel afraid to see him acting like that. Seeing his pitiful state, I decided to keep things brief and get straight to the point. I told Amelia that besides simply delivering a gift, I also intended to extract a hefty sum of 10,000 gold coins from him for myself. The moment these words left my mouth, Amelia was instantly taken aback and completely dumbfounded. No way, she exclaimed, completely surprised by the revelation. So, are you telling me that you suddenly came to find me just to ask about borrowing money then? She questioned. If a loan were needed, your father should come in person, not you upon hearing about this, she retorted, puzzled by my approach. I clarified that this money had absolutely nothing to do with my father's affairs or requests. It was purely and simply my own personal desire to extort him, I confessed. Following that, I triumphantly revealed another piece of information to Amelia with a hint of pride. That he would absolutely, under no circumstances, ever marry me. Take, for instance, the guards currently standing watch just outside the door. When you eventually become the Lord of Rayford, he is your real husband, after all. Furthermore, amidst the fierce competition for the Rayford heirship, if the secret expansion of your own power were brought to light, what exactly do you think the heirs would make of it? Even as I spoke with such blatant candor, Amelia responded with unwavering composure. Even if I'm only joking when I say these things, it's best you don't go spreading them around carelessly. All right, I interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. So, I'm asking for 10,000 gold coins. This is my fee for helping you maintain secrecy. What if I refuse to give them to you? Say it, then. Amelia immediately summoned Burke Nan. I recognize him as a formidable adversary. Qian ranks among the top 5 swordsmen in all of Beijing. It's just that his current strength probably hasn't reached that level yet. Amelia's intention is very clear. She wants to eliminate me completely. But let me offer them a piece of advice. If I were to die here today, then a war between our respective territories would definitely erupt as a result. Can you truly bear the responsibility for that outcome? Amelia waved her hand, indicating that she didn't care at all. Because your death today would simply be written off as my personal guard killing a ruffian who was harassing me. So, Burnaf immediately moved to obliterate this trash, following her order precisely. Give me exactly 2.5 seconds to accomplish it. Their words struck me as incredibly clumsy and transparent since you revealed yourselves. You brought it upon yourselves, so don't blame me for showing no mercy. They were not merely 3 ordinary Airbus armors, but actually, they were the secret weapon my fiancé intended to use to kill me. However, at this moment, I remained completely unaware of this treacherous plot. As I drew my sword, just as I was preparing to face Nanafu, a suit of armor suddenly burst open, and an assassin wielding a long sword immediately charged out from within. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, dodging backward, simultaneously kicking a stool into the air to intercept the surprise attack. Immediately following this, while he was still midair, unable to properly defend himself, I delivered a powerful kick directly to his lower body, targeting his most vulnerable area. The force of the impact was so immense that it sent him flying straight through the window and out into the open air, seeing their secret weapon instantly neutralized. Both Bernice and Amelia were completely stunned for what felt like an eternity, almost like a 2.5-year-long pause. In contrast, I grinned widely, commenting on their style of operation, remarking that this tactic of theirs to ambush guests was quite something else indeed. But if you really believe that something like this poses a genuine threat to me, then you both need to go back to the drawing board and be completely recreated from scratch. With unwavering resolve, I brandished the sword in my grasp and charged forward with fierce determination, aiming to unleash a preemptive strike that would catch him off guard. Even though Burnef had not yet reached his full potential or the zenith of his power, his strength and combat prowess were still considerable and not to be underestimated. Subsequently, I confronted Burnef, questioning whether he, as a member of the Knightly Order, was truly ignorant of the concept of discrimination and its ethical implications. Burnef responded decisively and without hesitation to my pointed inquiry. Since you have posed a direct and immediate threat to my master's well-being and safety, then I, as his dedicated and vigilant personal guard, am entirely justified in taking decisive action to eliminate you. Immediately afterward, he skillfully used his own arm to secure my weapon in an unyielding lock, effectively immobilizing it. And then, with a swift motion, raised his sword, intending to execute me on the spot. But to me, such a simple maneuver was nothing more than child's play. With a fluid motion, I initiated a rapid rotation of my body. He broke free from Bernef's constraints instantly. Then, utilizing the momentum generated from the spin, he immediately gathered power and delivered a fierce kick to his waist. And this single strike sent him flying a full 10 meters away. At this moment, Bernef finally realized that something was wrong. The intelligence he had gathered was inaccurate. The me he previously knew was clearly a good-for-nothing who only knew how to bluff. But the techniques displayed today are absolutely impossible for a novice. Just then, Amelia, standing behind him, sternly questioned, "Weren't you supposed to be done in 3 seconds? It's been 2.5 minutes. Don't tell me you can't even beat a loser. Otherwise, after today, you can pack your bags and get the hell out of here." Although Bernef really wanted to explain himself properly, he ultimately held back. Previously, I was holding back to conserve strength to protect Amelia behind me. My initial intention was to reserve some strength to safeguard Amelia, who was behind me, but to stay by my master's side forever. However, with the ultimate goal of remaining by my master's side eternally, when his sword is in the next round until the end of the battle. From the very next exchange of blows until the battle's conclusion, Bernef will no longer hold back his strength. Bernef resolved to unleash his full power without any further reservation. Watching him instantly unleash astonishing magic power, I watched as he instantaneously erupted with an astonishing display of magical energy. I was indeed a little surprised. I must confess, I was genuinely taken aback by this sudden shift. But I didn't expect this guy to be so dishonorable, as I hadn't anticipated such a blatant disregard for honorable combat from him. "Get up." He aimed to force my weak point to surface, hoping to strike me down with his blade. And now, through Amelia's eyes, he finally understands Bernef, why he was briefly suppressed by me earlier. Aside from not exerting his full strength, it was also because I had awakened and could use magic from the magic box. At the same time, I knew that continuing to passively defend would inevitably lead to trouble sooner or later. So, in the following exchanges, I launched a counterattack. But then Bernef unexpectedly used the same tactic as before. He attempted to trap my sword with his arm, but the same trick didn't work on me even the first time. And the second time didn't fare any better either. This time, I once again evaded his attack by rotating my body, just as I was imagining kicking his kidneys again like before. Right as I envisioned repeating my earlier kidney strike, Bernef's reaction speed completely exceeded my expectations. Bernef reacted with an astonishing speed that I had not anticipated. In the blink of an eye, he locked my foot, controlling me in midair. In a flash, he secured my foot, leaving me suspended helplessly. Immediately following that, he swung me around and slammed me hard into the floor. He then swung me with considerable force, slamming me violently onto the hard floor. The force of that impact really taught me a lesson. The sheer force of the impact delivered a painful and memorable lesson. The same move, even if it succeeds, even if the same move is successful, the next time you use it, you definitely can't do it too soon. The interval before deploying it again must not be too short. Seeing Bernef's fatal blow inches away, it's more accurate to say your techniques are just common moves against monsters. These techniques might be deadly in the chaos of the battlefield, capable of delivering fatal blows with each strike. But they simply won't work on me. I'm immune to such basic attacks. Today, there's absolutely no way you're leaving this place alive, I assure you. But right now, even I am starting to worry whether my magical power can even hold out much longer. Though it's a bit strenuous, I've decided to take a gamble and go all in with my remaining strength. After all, there's one thing I understand very clearly. When facing an opponent who is stronger than myself, the closer the combat distance becomes, inevitably, the more it will put me at a distinct disadvantage, leaving me vulnerable. So, I need to create some distance now to find a breakthrough and exploit a weakness. Only by doing this will I have any chance of defeating you, Ben. Against such a seemingly insurmountable opponent, victory is still attainable. As I forcefully pull the handle of Bonhoff with the magic lines I've conjured in my hands, the sword that Bonhoff discarded, seizing the opportune moment when he wasn't paying attention to the opening behind him. A flawlessly executed sneak attack struck the back of his head with precision. Immediately following up, I stepped forward and delivered a sweeping kick to further incapacitate him. But just as I was about to finish the duel with a decisive downward strike, Bonhoff abruptly regained his senses and forcefully managed to block the incoming blow. With a surge of strength, he knocked me back, then fixed his gaze intently on his master, Amelia. Urgently leave immediately through the back door. I will quickly deal with him and rendezvous with you. At this moment, Bonhoff was completely prepared and resolute to fight to his very last breath. Even if it means death, he was determined to take me down with him. Because he absolutely couldn't allow someone who knew his master's secrets to leave this place alive. Leave Bonhoff, and I advise you to just surrender now. I admit, earlier my strength was indeed not as good as yours. But now, there is simply no way you can possibly defeat me. Or a wildflower on the roadside. Yet it was enough to ignite a territorial war within the family. All because I revealed my fiancé's long-planned scheme word for word, and demanded 10,000 gold coins from him as hush money to keep silent. Little did I know that, in the very next second, he would immediately command his personal guards to take my life. But Amelia never could have imagined that I was no longer the frail and useless good-for-nothing she once knew. At this moment, Bernaf, seeing my odds of winning were higher than his master's, immediately moved to cover their escape, leaving through the back door first to make a retreat. But Amelia had absolutely no intention of running away. She resolved to find the soldiers she had arranged in advance, to fully assist and protect her soon-to-be husband. At the same time, she became certain of one thing, that I alone had defeated 5 assassins who sought to murder Elena. It's absolutely impossible for it to be a mere rumor, though I'm unsure exactly how I managed to become so strong in such a short time. Or perhaps I've been feigning ignorance all along, concealing my true strength. But as things stand now, he absolutely cannot allow the guy who knows my secret and openly humiliated me to leave here alive. However, just as we were about to reach our destination, Amelia's expression suddenly turned to one of stark terror, all because the soldiers she had carefully arranged in advance were completely wiped out by a figure in a black cloak. At that moment, the figure turned around without any hesitation whatsoever. It's truly been quite a while since we last met. After learning that the individual's identity was my maid, Belinda, the only way Amelia could think of to survive was to turn tail and run, but it was far too late. With a swift movement, Belinda appeared right in front of her and placed a handle of her weapon firmly against Amelia's neck. Sister Arya, where are you thinking of going? Young master has instructed me to protect you diligently. Just then, Dada noticed a spider dangling from the corner of Arya's mouth. So he carefully removed it, tossed it onto the ground, and crushed it completely under his foot. Then, with a face full of disdain, he remarked, I once overheard Earl Redford in conversation with our lord. When you were little, your siblings often tormented you with spiders. Yet, defying expectations, you started raising spiders yourself. And those spiders severely injured the ones who bullied you. So, placing a spider on your mouth to bite. Is this your way of overcoming childhood trauma? Or is it simply to show off your power? But what I truly want to say is, it's utterly disgusting. And now, I kindly request your full cooperation with my work. Meanwhile, simultaneously, on the other side of the battlefield, my intense duel with Bernaf had already reached a fever pitch, escalating dramatically. Against his rapid and relentless series of thrusts, I exerted every ounce of my strength and skill, deflecting each and every attack with unwavering focus and precision. However, the swordsmanship he had learned was truly vicious and unforgiving, displaying lethal intent. With almost every strike aimed directly at my vital points, seeking a swift and decisive end. And immediately following that intense exchange, I narrowly evaded Bernaf's continuous onslaught of 49 successive slashes, showing impressive agility. Finally, during his very last attack in that relentless barrage, I identified and seized a critical opening, a key opportunity to turn the tide of the battle in my favor. I launched an attack towards his vital area with an unconventional and unexpected sword grip and stance. Even though Bernaf managed to deflect and neutralize my maneuver, he was, as a result, decisively forced from an offensive to a defensive position, losing his initiative, thus turning the tide from being active to passive just as I prepared to target his lower body with a sudden and chilling strike. Knife's sudden reaction startled me so much that I broke out in a cold sweat. How is this guy's attack speed getting faster and faster as we fight? It seems I have no choice but to use that move again. Suddenly, Bonhoeff's sword swiftly thrust toward the back of my head, catching me off guard. He originally thought that I would surely die from this move, with no way to defend. But instead of using my sword to block the attack, as he anticipated, I unexpectedly chose to meet the blow directly with my shoulder. And my unconventional action instantly caused Bonhoeff's pupils to dilate in shock and disbelief. I truly never expected that. In my lifetime, I would witness such a bizarre and unorthodox technique. At the same time, it drove home a crucial realization for him. Indeed, you can never let your guard down in a duel until it's truly over. Immediately following that, Bonhoeff narrowly evaded my subsequent move with agility. After dodging, he swiftly used his speed to his advantage and landed a fierce kick squarely on my lower back with considerable force. So this illustrates the significant gap between professional and amateur. This highlights how you've realistically exhausted your chances of victory. In contrast, I freely acknowledge Bonhoeff's prowess. Indeed, his current overall capabilities still demonstrably outstrip my own. Specifically, examining his offensive speed, raw physical power, assessing his effective range, and seamless attack combinations. I concede only my reaction speed offers even a marginal advantage. Realizing the circumstances, I must now take a calculated gamble. Simultaneously, Bonhoeff's powerfully charged strike is imminent and rapidly approaching. Despite this peril, I calmly and confidently state, "You've already lost." As I rapidly amplify the magic box to its crucial third layer, my inherent authority and power instantly undergo exponential amplification. Immediately thereafter, even before Bonhoeff's attack could fully land, I step forward, quickly evading and leveraging the fleeting power boost, choosing to confront him head-on in a direct test of brute strength. In the end, Bonhoeff's sword was sent flying from his grasp by my strike. This also signified that he would be left utterly defenseless, with no means of retaliation. And just as I was about to end his life with a final, decisive blow, Belinda swept in, bringing Amelia with her into the scene. I could hear him say with a tone laced with palpable disgust, "Whether you require 10,000 gold coins or whatever amount it takes, just take it and get the hell out of my sight immediately." Upon hearing the affirmative response that I was aiming for, I replied, "If you had been any slower in your decision, your loyal bodyguard would have undoubtedly met his demise. If you had simply listened to my proposition from the very beginning, none of this extensive chaos and disruption would have ever occurred. Therefore, in order to compensate for the time you've caused me to waste, all of the initial conditions for my silence that I presented earlier are now null and void. And what I demand instead is, now, I'm here to extract from your grasp a confidentiality agreement worth double, which comes down to a grand total of 20,000 gold coins in recompense." Hiding her clandestine actions from her own family, the spirited 6-year-old. Secretly, she was raising a group of child soldiers. And these children were exclusively war orphans she adopted. Because orphans have no relatives and their identities are unclear, Amelia intended to exploit this vulnerability, turning these orphans into an assassination squad who would live to serve her. Let's rewind to the moment I asked my fiancé for 20,000 gold coins. No sooner had I left with Belinda than Amelia was already in discussions with Bonhoeff. How could they discreetly erase me from this world without raising suspicion? As Amelia was racked with anxiety over this, Bonhoeff happened to suggest a relatively reasonable idea, which was to report this matter to Count Delpha. But before he could even finish the suggestion, his master rewarded him with a sharp slap to the face. "I have warned you countless times to keep the children of the Delpha family under control. Don't you even realize that? And if he ever finds out about this matter, I would be the first one to die, undoubtedly, because I secretly signed a contract with Count Delpha, stipulating that as long as I initiate a family rebellion, he would provide his unconditional and full support to me. But the contract doesn't explicitly state that even Ferdium could be assisted in being destroyed. Now that the Merchant Guild has been discovered by that guy, then there's a very high probability that he also knows that I've aligned myself with Count Delpha, and even about the secret contract itself. So before any of these things are exposed by him, I absolutely cannot allow him to live or return to Ferdium." Subsequently, Amelia began to inquire about my physical condition. Hearing this, Bonhoeff explained further. That man's body was covered in numerous stab wounds, and a large, gaping laceration marked his shoulder. Furthermore, considering he unleashed a burst of tremendous magical power just now, it's virtually impossible for him to regain his optimal condition in a short time. Suddenly, a sharp glint appeared in Bonhoeff's eyes, if we want to ensure there's no trace leading back to us from the assassination. We absolutely cannot deploy assassins originating from our own territory. Amelia, of course, fully understood the gravity of the situation. Of course I'm aware. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to utilize the children we've been grooming specifically for such contingencies? And by children, Amelia was referring to the highly skilled and secretly trained assassination squad codenamed Wildcat, a truly formidable force. Amelia then pinpointed a specific location on the map and ordered that 15 individuals be stationed to secure this area. Seeing this, Burnoff instantly understood his intention. Burnoff immediately realized what the Lord was planning, recognizing his strategic goal, because the location marked on the map was the only route from their Rayford territory to Ferdium. Since the map clearly showed that the designated spot was the unavoidable path connecting their Rayford lands to Ferdium, and because it is sparsely populated and has a narrow terrain. Adding to the advantage, the area's sparse population and confined geography, it is perfect for their silent. Makes it the ideal location for them to eliminate threats silently and efficiently. Wuxi handled the hidden dangers. Wuxi took care of the potential problems, ensuring everything was in order. I will definitely arrange this matter properly. I will certainly manage this task with utmost care and precision. Please rest assured, Master, and it's best not to make any more mistakes for me. Please be assured, Master, and I advise against any further errors on your part. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you off easily. However, there's also a benefit to not immediately killing Amelia. Within, just the existence of the trading company alone can make his actions awkward and constrained. Moreover, I possess all the obscure and hidden information about his previous life. Subsequently, I delved into the depths of my memories from my previous life. Currently, the development trend of the family should be that the border's orcs will be difficult to immediately contain or restrain Guangua. So they will soon choose to temporarily withdraw for a certain period. But just at that moment, a surge of sensation welled up in my throat. Immediately following that, a mouthful of old blood spurted out from my mouth in an instant. As expected, forcefully opening the third layer of the magic box. I will inevitably suffer from its backlash. It seems I need to quickly find a way to drastically increase my magical power. Suddenly, my hand was pulled across the table by Belinda, who was sitting opposite me. The current situation made me appear somewhat forced and bewildered. She's taking my pulse. Conversely, Belinda wore an expression of utmost seriousness. Holding a silver needle, young master. Right now, the magical energy within your meridians is quite chaotic. Allow me to assist you with a simple adjustment to rectify it. Immediately afterwards, he used the silver needle to perform a series of punctures on the palm of my hand. And then, in the very next second, I felt a surge of heat even more intense than what I had experienced before. But this time, instead of blood, what I vomited was a warm and heavy burst of energy. At this moment, I could clearly feel that. The flow of magical energy within my body was exceptionally smooth and unhindered. But this has also made me begin to question Belinda's true identity. Just who exactly are you? With your kind of power, what would make you stay in a rural territory like Fidim as a witch? However, Belinda was arranged by my mother to be by my side. So I can rest assured about her character. Now I also know that her strength is not to be underestimated. That also brings benefits to the territory. After all, the more powerful individuals who stand by my side, the better it is for me. The emergence of those fellows is merely the beginning of something much larger. This is what Belinda told me, and though I trust in you, young master, I will assist you unconditionally in everything you undertake, no matter what. But now, you absolutely must tell me why you are demanding so much money from Miss Amelia. Simple economics, I replied casually, keeping my tone light and breezy. Of course, it's because the territory has an overwhelming number of pressing financial needs. And among all the people I know, that young lady happens to be the wealthiest. That is genuinely the sole and only reason for my actions in this matter. Unexpectedly, however, my words sent Belinda and the old Fergus into a state of utter shock and cold sweat. And immediately following that, they began to reprimand me severely. You've already been disgraced by having your engagement called off and stirred up this huge commotion. And your sole reason for all this is simply because of the territory's need for money? If Earl Layford were to find out about this, this will undoubtedly strain our relationship with the esteemed Ferdium family. But frankly, I remain unfazed. There's truly no need for excessive worry. Amelia absolutely wouldn't dare breathe a word of this to her father. You can be sure of that. For now, simply place your complete and unwavering trust in me, and everything will be all right. My predictions are virtually infallible. I simply cannot be wrong about this. Belinda found herself somewhat speechless, unsure how to respond to my confidence. Then at the very least, you must tell me who else shares this risk with you. I should know. And what exactly will we need to do next to move forward with this venture? However, upon hearing my plans to develop the treacherous Manhwa forest, she hesitated. Old Fergus was the first to vehemently object to the idea. That specific area has been continuously attempted to be developed since the days of the young master's great-grandfather. It has been a generational endeavor passed down through our family's history. But before he could fully express his concerns, I abruptly cut him off mid-sentence. Tell me, how is the task I previously entrusted you with progressing these days? Old Fergus seemed to sense the unwavering resolve in my voice. That's probably why he stopped there. Therefore, I won't dwell on the generations of failures that would result from our current situation. I followed your instructions and pinpointed the location you desire to reach, as requested. Subsequently, I addressed them with a grave and serious tone. If we wish to survive this ordeal, we must head towards that destination, and absolutely refrain from returning to Ferdinand. To further clarify my reasoning and provide additional context, based on my understanding and deep knowledge of Amelia's character, he will undoubtedly not let us escape his grasp so easily, and has likely already resolved to eliminate us permanently. I can almost guarantee he's deployed forces to ambush us along the direct route back to Ferdinand. Upon hearing this assessment, Belinda's aura instantly surged with fighting spirit. Rest assured, young master, have no worry. Fergus and I will safeguard you, no matter the danger or obstacles we face. I know and believe in your reliability and strength. But we must prepare for every eventuality and leave nothing to chance. Furthermore, this task doesn't fall under your usual duties. So what I need you to do now is simply accompany me to meet someone. The scene shifts, and we find ourselves in front of a dilapidated house, and subsequently knock on the weathered door. The inhabitant of the house, upon seeing us, looks utterly apprehensive and wary, asking, "Who are you? What brings you here to me?" Belinda, observing his demeanor, doubts his reliability, and whispers to me discreetly, "Master, are you absolutely certain that this is the person you're looking for?" Therefore, I offered an affirmative response with unwavering conviction. But unexpectedly, in the very next instant, the fellow abruptly turned around and retreated back into his dwelling. "You're too close, wasting my precious time. Get lost and stay away from me." However, his words only provoked a scoffing laugh from me. I am Ratatosker, the leader of the mercenary group, striving to appease the deity and feed him. And right now, all that's left on this fellow's face before me is utter shock. Once a renowned mercenary commander who dominated the mainland, he unexpectedly chose a different path in order to cure his daughter's terminal illness. Having fallen into destitution, I've become a decrepit, worn-out old man. Ultimately, she couldn't even come to terms with the devastating loss of her daughter. He hastily ended his own life. This directly resulted in my failure to bring him into the fold of my trusted allies in my previous life. Now that I am reborn into this life, then I am willing to pay any price to get his time, transporting back to the very moment when our paths crossed again. And the very first words I spoke to him were, "I am Jillian Fedium, the commander of the mercenary group Ratatosk." Upon hearing this, the other party felt an immense sense of absurdity. This title should rightfully belong to him and him alone. Even though it was a thing of the past, he still felt the need to warn us. It's best not to waste his valuable time. Otherwise, he would absolutely never let us off easily. It's just a coincidence that his name also happens to be Jillian. In stark contrast, Ricardo and the others were immediately shocked and eager to hire him, because as knights themselves, they naturally understand the immense value and prestige associated with Ratatosker. To even be considered for joining their ranks, one must first meet the prerequisite of mastering over 1,000 different weapons with proficiency. It's said that this particular mercenary group no longer exists in its original form, but whenever anyone hears anything about it, it immediately brings to mind the image of Jillian, the former commander who once led this elite mercenary band. But as soon as I suggested that he should have a proper discussion with me, the next thing I knew, I was met with a rapidly approaching axe aimed right at me. Jillian, at that moment, was visibly filled with murderous intent, radiating pure aggression. "What exactly are your intentions? And why are you using my name to seek me out?" As his words faded, a sense of understanding dawned. Belinda decisively stepped in front of me, urging me to step back for the moment. indicating that the person before us was in a severely unstable state. Yet I disregarded her warnings, paying them no mind at all, because I held the key to curing his daughter's incurable disease. I can save your daughter. If it's convenient, let's talk in private for a moment. Upon hearing these words of mine, offered with genuine intent, Jillian's heart softened ever so slightly, a glimmer of hope flickering within. Ultimately, after a short moment spent in thoughtful contemplation, he decided to take a risk, describing his daughter's condition as a full-body rash of petal-like red spots, due to the ailment's resistance to even the divine powers of the priests, leaving them helpless. It had been deemed a punishment from the gods themselves, an act of divine retribution. After entering the house at that very moment, Jillian's daughter was unfortunately in the throes of a painful flare-up. Upon seeing this, Jillian rushed forward to embrace her tightly, offering comfort. Nature soothes, promising swift relief from suffering. His words held a double meaning, hinting at the despair that might lead him, if not saved, to choose ending his life, just as he did in his past existence. Surveying the surroundings and the few weapons left, I deduced that Jillian, to save his daughter, must have spent all the savings he accumulated throughout his entire life. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I must quickly concoct an antidote to cure Jillian's daughter's illness. At that moment, Belinda suddenly grabbed my shoulder and said to me, "Young master, although I don't understand what you are trying to do, this is not something that can be solved by brute force alone. Even the priests are powerless." Hearing this, my response was simple: I can heal her. And didn't I already promise to alleviate her pain? From now on, you must trust me unconditionally. Immediately afterwards, I handed Belinda a small note, instructing him to promptly purchase everything listed exactly as it was written, making sure nothing was missed from the list. At this moment, upon seeing the note's contents, Belinda was utterly shocked and deeply surprised, because he genuinely hadn't realized his young master had matured to such an extent. The scene shifts, and quickly, before long, I received the medicinal herbs that Belinda had diligently bought for me. Aside from the herbs being remarkably expensive and costly, the method to create the specific antidote turned out to be surprisingly simple, only requiring the alchemic processing of this stalk of purple silver herb, then carefully placing it into a clean bottle, pouring in a distilled spirit of some kind. Finally, shaking vigorously and sealing it for precisely 2.5 minutes would complete the process. I carefully measured out a single dose and placed it in a separate, smaller bottle, handing it to Jillian, and clearly explaining to him that this medicine was to be taken orally. Hearing this, Jillian unhesitatingly fed it to her daughter. Immediately following, at the very moment the medicine took effect, the reddish blotches that had plagued his daughter's skin began to recede at an incredibly rapid pace before their very eyes. At this moment, Jillian's pupils constricted in astonishment. He truly could not believe that my words were actually true, after confirming multiple times it wasn't a dream. Jillian whirled around abruptly, urgently questioning me about exactly how I had accomplished this feat. He explained that he had sought out every priest he could possibly find up to this point. Unfortunately, each attempt had ended in utter failure and disappointment. I calmly and patiently explained to him that the divine power of priests is not an omnipotent, all-encompassing solution. Their main function primarily lies in enhancing the body's vitality and regenerative capabilities, in order to help the body overcome the illness from within. This undoubtedly presents a significant difference compared to fundamentally eradicating the source of the disease itself. Finally, in conclusion, I stated, Jillian could no longer contain the pain that had been buried within him for over a decade. So, is there a real possibility that my daughter's illness can truly be cured and she can fully recover? Of course, the medication I've prepared for you should last for approximately 2.5 months. Take it once a day at regular, consistent intervals to ensure its effectiveness. And in that very next instant, Jillian immediately dropped to one knee, bowing before me in a sign of complete submission and loyalty. I knew you were coming to find me. You must be seeking something of value or assistance from me. But all that remains of me now is this old, weary body. Therefore, even if you were to ask me to become your slave, I would not hesitate to accept it. Hearing this, I informed him that I have no need for any slaves. What I desire is simply the assistance that the former Captain Ratatosker once provided. Upon hearing my words, Jillian finally understood the reason why I previously invoked his name. It turns out that my true intention was to enlist him to join my cause. Without a word, he acted decisively. and picked up an axe to trim his long, unkempt hair. Belinda and the others were astonished by this transformation. Just moments ago, he was an incredibly disheveled old man. But now, simply standing before them, they could already feel an indescribable sense of pressure emanating from him. Suddenly, Jillian turned and grabbed a long spear and inquired, "Have you perhaps provoked someone you shouldn't have?" I gave him an affirmative reply. "Indeed, that is the case. But in the future, the people I provoke will be far more numerous than just one or two." As those words left my mouth, Jillian infused magical energy into the surface of the long spear. Immediately after, he vigorously thrusted the long spear and dashed directly into the small grove of trees outside. The next moment, with a powerful yank on the rope that followed, Jillian swiftly spun it around. A man cloaked in black was hauled onto the rooftop by him with considerable force. "Tell me exactly who sent you to find me," the master demanded as he faced the man. The captive stubbornly refused to reveal his identity or divulge any information about his mission. "If only you could get the answer you seek from me," he lamented internally. "Unfortunately, I myself have absolutely no clear idea about the origins of the person you seek. But if I were to hazard a guess, it would almost certainly be Amelia who dispatched you here." And just as I was poised to draw my sword and bring an end to his miserable existence, I was unexpectedly stopped by Jillian, who intervened with surprising speed. He stated firmly that this kind of dirty work was best left to him, as he was more than willing to handle it. After finishing the grim task, Jillian once again dropped to one knee before me in solemn reverence. "From this day forward, old man's life is yours to command without any hesitation. If you were to order me to die, I would comply without a single word of protest or reservation. In that case, I shall be relying heavily on you from now on. Jillian, I appreciate your unwavering loyalty. Your participation is essential to the reconstruction plan of my territory, playing a pivotal role in its success." Why would that leave Belinda so puzzled and full of questions? Why would I bring such a potentially dangerous figure under my command and into my service? Yet, this man is none other than the most formidable mercenary the continent has ever known, a legend in his own right. The captain, however, at the peak of his strength and vitality in his prime, chose to abandon his brothers in arms and disband his entire team, a decision that shocked everyone. And this drastic measure was solely due to his daughter battling an incurable disease, a heartbreaking situation. As the most crucial protection his wife left for him before her passing, a final, vital request. How could wealth and status bring him peace? How could they possibly alleviate his anguish and suffering? Disbanding the team, for Jillian, was a decision made in the hope of better saving his daughter's life, giving her a fighting chance. But ultimately, his daughter succumbed to her illness, unable to overcome the disease, and unable to bear the grief of his daughter's death. He chose to end his own life in despair. I deeply regret that in my past life, I didn't get to know Jillian sooner, a missed opportunity. Because if I had, I could have not only cured his daughter of her illness, eliminating her suffering, and also empower him to aid Ferdium in averting the catastrophic destruction that looms. Now, reborn into this new life. Upon hearing the news about the whereabouts of Jillian, I immediately sought him out and, using the formula developed in my past life, I successfully cured his daughter's previously incurable illness. Ultimately, I achieved my goal of bringing him under my command, thereby establishing him as one of my most formidable and reliable allies. At this moment, following Jillian's successful elimination of a scout from the Amelia assassination squad, the intelligence swiftly reached the ears of their leader, Timely Ray. In response to this development, he expressed considerable puzzlement. Based on the information provided by Lord Burnoff, it should be impossible for Ferdium's useless young master to achieve this feat in his current state. Could it be that the intelligence provided by Lord Burnoff is inaccurate? Upon hearing this, one of his subordinates quickly clarified it was former Commander Jillian. He has already joined the ranks of Ferdium's forces. Suddenly, Timely Rain's expression underwent a drastic change, followed by him abruptly seizing his subordinate's neck, interrogating him. "Are you absolutely certain that everything you've said is entirely factual and accurate?" The subordinate, his throat constricted, struggled to breathe properly, but he still managed to stammer out the few words he had personally witnessed. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Timely Rain revealed a sinister smirk. Muttering to himself, "Jillian, so you finally decided to reveal yourself, my dear former leader." Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, with Jillian firmly in command, leading our forces, We were promptly advancing on the road to the Ghost Lord's city, only to find that Linda appeared somewhat unhappy and discontent. The reason being, Jillian insisted on bringing along all of his life's possessions, forcing Linda to personally pay out of her own pocket for a carriage to transport them. Clearly, he only needed an axe, or perhaps a saber for combat. So why go to the unnecessary trouble of carrying so many weapons? Upon hearing this, I told Belinda to stop her incessant nagging, especially since I needed to arrange for a carriage for Jillian. So let it be. Moreover, what we should be most concerned about right now is the impending dangers we'll face as we leave this canyon. This was Linda wanting to confirm something with me, that the fellow who was spying on us not long ago must have been sent by Miss Amelia. I gave an affirmative response, which only earned me a constipated expression from Belinda. He mentioned that he knew the masked man's origins, noting that the individual's entire team were ruthless killers, codenamed Wildcat. But upon hearing the very last two words, I couldn't help but recall some memories from my past life. These guys are indeed ruthless and merciless in their actions. The dirty deeds they commit are all related to crimes and illegal activities. However, there's one point Linda mentioned that I wasn't aware of, and that's the composition of the Wildcat organization. It consists of mercenaries and individuals mixed up in the underworld. If you hadn't confirmed your identity, I would have really thought you were just a rebellious young lady hiding something. Please, stop asking me repeatedly. These are all things I learned before arriving at Ferdium, so just listen carefully. In any case, this time the enemy is quite formidable indeed. To this, I responded with a knowing smile, indicating that it's not a big deal at all. You should know that. Currently, we have the advantage of having General Jillian fighting alongside us. Little did I know, all of this changed in the instant I fell. In short, two small mounds suddenly arched up from the ground behind them. What was even more unsettling was that these two small mounds were rapidly approaching the carriage with surprising speed. Jillian, sensing the murderous intent, immediately became vigilant and alert. As he had suspected, beneath the small mounds, the hidden figures were indeed members of the Wildcat assassination squad, notorious for their stealth. Immediately, he drew his military saber and a government-issued warning signal from his back. And with a casual yet precise strike, he successfully fended off the enemy's initial ambush. Then, he swiftly used his weapon to lock the opponent's weapon in place. And with a sudden, forceful twist, he cleanly severed the enemy's arm, incapacitating them instantly. But after dealing with the ambusher, little did he know that, in the next moment, a thick, sturdy tree unexpectedly came crashing down from above, directly in front of the carriage. Fortunately, Jillian's sharp eyes and quick reflexes allowed him to pull the reins and stop the carriage in time. Otherwise, they would have been crushed to death or, at the very least, severely maimed. At the same time, numerous members of the Wildcat Brigade appeared alongside the carriage, with their leader, Timely Rain, personally arriving at the scene to oversee the situation. I am Ratatosker, the leader of the mercenary group. It has been a long time, my friend. My good old brother, but should I feel sorry for the path you have taken? Or is it truly regret I sense? To disband your entire team and vanish without a trace, all for the sake of one daughter. Because of you, I've lived a life I never wanted, Timely Rain stated. His words were naturally directed at Jillian. Unexpectedly, Jillian responded, I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Timely Rain instantly flew into a rage. Have you become so senile that you've forgotten even your former brothers in arms? Jillian chose not to respond, because his current mission is to protect something precious to me. Bringing up personal grudges doesn't seem appropriate at this moment. Since you're unwilling to answer my question, I'll settle this using the method you once favored most. And so, in that very moment, he immediately ordered all his subordinates to spare no effort in eliminating the evil person who caused us over a decade of suffering. Upon noticing a slight opening in the opponent's formation, he asked Jillian if she needed assistance, but Jillian decisively refused without hesitation. Since the opponent is intentionally pushing forward with hostile intent, then I shall personally resolve this conflict. Suddenly, Jillian, a seasoned warrior, effortlessly made a slight gesture, instantly annihilating the three enemies who were charging directly toward her. Subsequently, without any rush, he calmly drew his dagger, turned to the side, threw a dagger, swung downward, then followed up with an upward thrust. Once again, he effortlessly eliminated several more individuals. Seeing these scenes unfold, Timely Rain was quite astonished. He truly hadn't anticipated that this old fellow's combat strength would remain so formidable, even now. So, he immediately issued another command that very same year, instructing everyone to launch a synchronized assault, denying him any chance to catch his breath or regroup. But despite the relentless pressure, Jillian, drawing upon his extensive experience, conceived a clever strategy to counter their attack effectively. He mounted his horse and began to create distance, engaging in a hit-and-run style of combat. Although his opponents knew that targeting the horse's legs would halt them, Jillian, his battle axe, however, seemed to possess an almost supernatural accuracy, each strike landing with pinpoint precision and devastating effect. But just as he had eliminated nearly half of his foes in this desperate situation, timely rain suddenly materialized directly above Jillian, descending from the sky. I had hoped to seize a moment and launch a surprise attack. Unexpectedly, Jillian's ability to detect murderous intent proved far too sensitive. Picking up her shield, she effortlessly blocked Timely Rain's sudden ambush. At that moment, Timely Rain, filled with rage, uttered harsh words. "You have ruined my life and my dreams. Today, no matter what it takes, I will ensure you meet your demise without a burial." As the words faded, Timely Rain swiftly produced 3 hidden projectiles. His intentions were crystal clear: to assault the defenseless white horse, leaving it vulnerable. Simultaneously, he aimed to capitalize on the instant Jillian was unhorsed and swiftly eliminate her. However, Jillian's reaction speed was nothing short of monstrous, once again shattering Timely Rain's what he believed to be perfect scheme. Following this, Jillian solemnly declared before his very eyes, "The life of the former Ratatosker captain. I cast that memory into the deepest recesses of my mind long ago. I possess but a single identity in this present moment, which is to be a loyal subordinate to the esteemed young master of Ferdium. Given that this is the case, then your chances of survival are utterly non-existent. For my sole mission here is to assassinate the young master of Ferdium, and to eliminate all those who remain faithfully by his side." Once a legendary mercenary captain who commanded respect across the continent, but driven to destitution in the old man's previous life, desperately seeking to cure his daughter's terminal illness. After hearing of his unparalleled strength and remarkable reputation, though I had begun laying the initial groundwork for my ambitious mercenary kingdom, but ultimately, I arrived too late to offer him salvation, for he was unable to cope with the unbearable grief of his daughter's untimely death, and took his own life, tragically ending his own existence. Now, reborn into this new life, I have not only successfully developed the miracle cure, saving Jillian's life, moreover, it made up for the regret of not being able to bring him under my command in the previous life. And just as we embarked on the road back to the main city of Ferdium, we were ambushed by the Wildcat Assassination Legion. Without a doubt, this was definitely a million's trap to prevent secrets from leaking. If it were the old me, I really wouldn't have the strength to fight. But now I have Jillian, a stalwart and reliable force. He effortlessly and instantly resolved the situation with those insignificant soldiers. Little did we know, their leader, Timely Rain, was actually Jillian's, formerly a comrade in arms of Ratatosker who went through life and death together. But the reunion of these long-separated brothers directly led to a situation where one side was destined to face certain death with regret, because ever since Jillian decided to wash his hands of the past and live in anonymity, Timely Rain had begun to carve out a path for himself and rise through the ranks. He lamented about Jillian, claiming she had ruined his future ambitions in the mercenary profession, and that he wouldn't have to debase himself by subserviently kneeling before a woman just to survive. In contrast, Jillian, upon hearing these reasons, found herself utterly speechless, probably thinking something along the lines of, "If you're weak, train harder." But precisely at that moment, with Timely Rain barely dodging Jillian's potentially lethal blow, he immediately seized a gap in the assault and unleashed a move. His spinning heel kick, packed with surprising power, shattered Jillian's shield, leaving Jillian to marvel aloud at the significant increase in his strength. At the same time, Jishiyu continued his incessant, rambling complaints. "I'm willing to sacrifice everything I have," he declared, "to dedicate my entire life to Ratatosker. While you abandoned Ratatosker, transforming yourself into the mouthpiece of a family on the verge of collapse." As he spoke, Jishiyu pulled out 3 concealed throwing weapons, and without hesitation, hurled them towards Jillian's position. Do you really think such petty tricks will work on someone as battle-hardened as me? Indeed, his plan was to use this as a feint attack. Once Jillian's focus shifted to blocking the projectiles, he would exploit the opening, catching him completely off guard. However, Jillian's reflexes remained as sharp as ever, his combat instincts prompting his body to instinctively evade the attack. As the duel between the two intensified and reached a fever pitch, Jishiyu suddenly revealed a strange, almost sinister expression. He thought, no matter how strong his former boss once was, that was all in the distant past, while Jillian was preoccupied with his daughter's terminal illness. Jishiyu's strength had grown exponentially through countless battles. You are absolutely no match for me now, he declared. At this moment, Jishiyu abruptly plunged his weapon into the ground. Then, to Jillian's utter astonishment, he used his body's momentum in a spinning motion to redirect the 3 hidden weapons back towards him. Unable to react effectively with his back turned, Jillian could only forcibly block it with his arms. And looking back at Timely Rain's tactics, he still chose to use hidden weapons. For him, it was both a feint and a way to potentially inflict damage and negative effects, because the surface of the hidden weapons was coated with a potent poison. But just as Timely Rain thought that his opponent's strength would be diminished, he didn't anticipate that Jillian, in the previous exchange, hadn't even unleashed 50% of his true power. Now he was truly fighting at 100% of his strength, and he had already gathered his magic power within himself, resisting the poison from invading his body. Then Jillian sternly questioned him. The reason you gave just now, is that truly your entire justification for wanting to kill me? If you're acting as a mercenary, this is practically a NOV behavior. With that said, he swung his axe heavily towards Jishiyu's face and watched as Jishiyu lay on the ground, gasping for air. Jillian continued, I really don't understand. Considering that long ago, you had so many opportunities to assassinate me. Why choose this particular operation? Hearing this, Jishiyu responded to him. I did indeed go to kill him long ago, but Ratatasker's former leader wasn't there. All I saw was a dying old man who wasn't worth killing. At that time, I was thinking about how a person's downfall could happen so quickly, but his expression quickly changed, worsening considerably, because Jillian surprisingly didn't kill him immediately, but instead returned his weapon to him. Then I will honor your wish. At this very moment, I will duel you as the former leader of Ratatosker. Come at me. My former comrade, Timely Rain, reacted instantly. He lunged forward with a swift, decisive step. This finally felt like a real battle. I've been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time, but Timely Rain still had to face the stark reality of our differing strengths. The ensuing fight lasted only a dozen or so rounds before he was utterly defeated once more. Jillian seized Timely Rain's weapon and abruptly plunged it into his heart. Although Timely Rain still wanted to fight on, his body seemed to be unwilling. I will remember you, former captain of Ratatasker's 5th Division. Afterward, Jillian raised his war drum, bringing his brother's battle to a resounding close, and the crisis was averted. I then stepped down from the carriage. Well done, I said, truly worthy of being the man I chose. Jillian, on the other hand, appeared quite apologetic. I shouldn't have held him back for so long. I should have listened to him, he began, but I cut him off before he could finish. I understand everything you want to say. This was likely his destiny. I reassured him. You don't need to feel this way. Let go of the self-blame. Jillian looked up at the sky. I also wonder what my old comrades are doing now, he mused. Before they met me, they were certainly striving diligently to build their lives. Hearing this, I held back the words I wanted to express, because I knew that someday, all of Jillian's comrades who wished to continue serving alongside him would eventually return. Quickly, 2.5 days swiftly passed, and we finally arrived back in Feridium, the Feridium of my past life. After I transformed into a wall, I didn't even have a home. Now, having a place to return to feels truly wonderful. Just then, Jillian suddenly asked, So, is this our main city? He inquired formally. I gave him an affirmative response, and I also discerned the underlying meaning within Jillian's words. So I deliberately asked him, What's your first impression of Feridium? Jillian stammered, saying it was quite good, clearly nervous. This is a blatant lie. I told him there was no need for formality, to speak freely and boldly. Please, my lord, don't fault me for his honesty. I anticipated what he would say. I assured him there was no need for such apologies, and that this situation would soon be rectified. I was aware of the following statement he made. Fidium has been engaged in a protracted conflict with the northern barbarian tribes, he explained. But after witnessing the situation firsthand today, I realized it's far more dire than I could have ever imagined. Naturally, I could anticipate his words. I reassured him that this would all change very soon. As for my immediate plans, they involved dismantling everything associated with Count Delpi, completely and utterly, and fighting to protect all that we once held dear and took for granted. I'm prepared to pay any price to restore Fidium to its former glory, no matter the cost. Then, as our carriage approached the city gates, my expression froze in stunned disbelief. Standing there before me, clear as day, was my father. Using or is like driving a Rolls Royce in the realm of magic. This is because it's not only essential for crafting all sorts of magical tools, but also crucial for magical experiments like alchemy, which can't progress without it. And after my rebirth, I know the exact location of a rich or vein. It's conveniently located near the entrance of the Claw Forest, which I'm about to explore. Rewinding to the moment I saw my father returning from the front lines. We didn't linger at the main city gates for very long. I was quickly summoned to his office for a conversation. There, I met 3 of my father's most trusted aides, namely Randolph, the Knight Commander, Albert, the Chief Financial Officer, and Maine, the family's head butler. Seeing them again, they were just the same as always, prone to bickering endlessly, even over the smallest of matters. As for what they were arguing about, it was, of course, Father's decision to temporarily withdraw troops from the front lines, which ultimately boils down to their insufficient financial support, not enough to withstand the large-scale monster invasion at the front. Previously, the financial aid had always been provided by Earl Rayford, but ever since they abruptly began requisitioning food reserves for soldiers, their financial support to Ferdium has been steadily decreasing. Due to this unavoidable situation, Father had no choice but to temporarily retreat from the front. At the same time, I could vaguely sense the unbearable responsibility and weariness weighing on Father's shoulders. Although I've disliked his stern voice and strict demeanor since childhood, after experiencing decades of mercenary life in my previous life, I gradually came to accept and understand that adults have their own hardships. At this moment, Father pursed his lips, looked at me, and asked, I heard you haven't been in the main city for a whole week. Where have you been? Don't tell me you've gotten into trouble again. Hearing this, I simply replied that I was just bored and went away for a while. While casually strolling around Rayford, the main city, Albert suddenly brought up the duel where I defeated Kane. I heard you won quite a bit of money on that bet. So you haven't gone off to gamble in secret again, have you? Of course not. If you don't believe me, you can ask Amelia. She can vouch for me. At the same time, Maine also tactfully reminded me, young master, no matter what you plan to do, you must always remember your current status. You are the heir to Ferdium. Hearing this, I curled my lip and said that I certainly knew, and he needn't worry. Upon hearing my response, Maine was practically fuming. Of course, this is also a perfectly normal occurrence, because my past self also frequently responded in this manner. Yet he repeatedly cleaned up my messes after these numerous, uncorrected mistakes. Thankfully, my father promptly brought this topic to an end, preventing the atmosphere from becoming too tense and awkward. Following that, he inquired about the incident concerning Elena, asking, I heard you personally executed Jamal and Philip, who attempted to assassinate your sister. Is this true? Naturally, this wasn't a blunder. So I naturally hastened to confirm his statement. Unexpectedly, Randolph, the Knight Commander, maintained a skeptical stance, saying that I merely reaped the benefits of a conflict like a fisherman. It seems that even when traitors emerge from among the soldiers he commands, he remains unwilling to accept the reality of the situation. He's unwilling to accept that I once considered the useless disgrace of the family possess the capacity to carry out executions. Well, it doesn't really matter anyway. Now, I can only comply with his wishes and appropriately try to please him. Just at that moment, my father unexpectedly offered me words of praise. Regardless of how things unfolded, Elena's survival is all thanks to your efforts. You were very brave. However, my father's words made me feel somewhat uneasy because this was the first time he had ever expressed approval of me. So I decided to seize this opportunity and ask my father for a favor. Father, I harbored some uncertainties and wanted to ask him something. But before he could respond, Maine interjected. If you're trying to use your meritorious actions as justification to restore your monthly allowance to its full amount, then I must object beforehand. Unexpectedly, Randolph became even angrier upon hearing this, because in the recent past, I committed a series of wrongdoings, stealing money from military ration sales to gamble, using my poor mood as an excuse. I set fire to the city gates, butchered military horses for a barbecue, and to forge a legendary sword, melted down the knight's armor. I admit I did all of that, but it was so long ago, dwelling on it is pointless. Then I turned to leave. If you all object to what I'm doing, then I'll do it anyway. I only ask for your opinions out of respect for you as my elders. I'm planning a trip for a while, after which I found Belinda, and they're preparing to leave immediately for the Cloth Forest. As for my destination, I haven't told my father. I feel that revealing it now might spark troublesome rumors. Besides, if I'm truly successful in my venture, I can still rake in a substantial amount of money. This is because not far from the entrance to the Cloth Forest, there exists an area rich with mineral deposits. These ores are all brimming with magical energy, exceptionally rare minerals, treasures that mages across the continent frantically collect. Because wherever magical energy is required, these minerals must be present for any further magical workings, such as spells, scrolls, magic circles, and so forth. Magical tools and alchemical experiments also rely on these resources. In my past life, this mineral deposit was discovered by Count Delpi, and naturally, it contributed to the downfall of Ferdium. So, now that I'm the only one aware of this information, I must locate and secure this mineral deposit as quickly as possible. Although Belinda was somewhat concerned for my safety, given what I had said previously, she still chose to trust me. Preparations have been thoroughly completed. However, before heading to the Cloth Forest, there's one crucial task that must be taken care of first, and that is recruiting approximately 200 mercenaries to bolster our forces. Jillian, however, expressed some reservations about this plan, and he naturally proposed hiring fewer mercenaries. If we recruit too many, he argued, it might become quite difficult to manage their actions and behavior. In a worst-case scenario, they might even attempt to overthrow their employer. I dismissed his concerns with a wave of my hand. My aide, I seem to recall a small mercenary company operating in the north. If memory serves, their combat capabilities were quite impressive. Jillian confirmed my recollection. He cautioned, however, that the group was known for being ferocious and unpredictable, and if the terms of the agreement weren't to their liking, employers are often torn to shreds on the spot. Classical Chinese, I couldn't help but smirk. Then I still have Jillian with your immense support, right? The scene shifts, and swiftly, Jillian and I arrived at the landmark where the mercenary group was based, their group's name being Kai Goros. Meanwhile, at the entrance, the lookout spotted us. Seeing my uniform, he likely thought I was some family's young master and, foolishly, began plotting how to extort money from me. However, in the next second, a giant hand suddenly appeared in front of his telescope, and Jillian was seen firmly gripping his face. Immediately after, to intimidate the mercenaries present, Jillian violently flung him away. Unsurprisingly, Jillian was quickly surrounded by them. At the same time, another seemingly important and influential figure stepped forward and said, since you were the ones who acted unreasonably and attacked our comrades, then don't blame us for being ruthless in return. His words were utterly meaningless and redundant. So I directly commanded him from my superior position, you are not worthy of speaking with me. Quickly summon your commander to meet me. This duel to the death between the two mercenary groups is bound by the tradition of tying one hand of each combatant together with rope and forbidding the use of any magic during the fight. Both sides will use daggers to determine the victor within a designated circle. But the moment I suggested this traditional duel to settle the power dynamic, it instantly provoked uproarious laughter from the Cerberus mercenary group. They brazenly told me that this wasn't some aristocratic half-measure. Rewind to the moment during the drinking game when I ordered the turbaned man to summon their leader. Let me be clear, scum like them are absolutely unworthy of even speaking with me. Upon hearing this, the lead turbaned man, the first to take offense, immediately brandished his meteor hammer weapon, fully intending to teach this arrogant, naive noble boy a lesson. This is your own fault. Don't blame me for showing no mercy with my hammer, he threatened. With a powerful swing, the turbaned man launched a precise attack directly at me, but I simply scoffed. With such paltry skills, he couldn't possibly hope to scratch me. In the next instant, a sword suddenly pierced one of the chain links of the whirling meteor hammer mid-flight. As for who wielded the blade, it was of course my current strongest subordinate, Jillian, just as I suspected. These fools are incapable of understanding reason. Take care of them, I commanded. Besides removing their hand-level enhancements, Jillian, you're free to handle them as you see fit. And the moment the order was given, Jillian immediately executed an Igadala move behind him, launching the bandana-wearing man into the air. Then, while the man was completely defenseless mid-air, Jillian unleashed his devastating meteor hammer, smashing it squarely against the man's chest. After dispatching this slightly tougher thug, the remaining foolishly brave Lullo underlings/thugs charged forward, brandishing their weapons, hoping to regain some semblance of respect. So, Jillian, without hesitation, used the bandana-wearing man as a makeshift weapon, spinning him around in another Igadala throw, easily defeating the group without giving them a chance to get close. At this point, witnessing these two displays of power, and sensing the chilling, killing intent radiating from Jillian, the remaining thugs, they began to tremble uncontrollably, seized by a sudden fear. Their feet felt as if weighted down with tons of iron, rendering them immobile. Seeing that my actions had achieved the desired effect, I dismounted my horse and pressed them further, warning, "Don't make me wait too long, or none of you will escape the consequences. Now get out of my sight and bring your leader to me." Just as my words faded, a languid voice echoed through the air, instantly causing the mercenaries to snap to attention. The newcomer was none other than Carl, the leader of Cerberus. "So, tell me," he drawled, "what brings you to disturb my slumber in broad daylight?" Hearing this, I explained the reason for my visit. However, Carl appeared less than receptive, reasoning, "Who asked for assistance after assaulting their men? Judging by your attire, you seem to be of noble birth. Is this how nobles behave, resorting to violence and disregarding common courtesy?" Since things have come to this, I won't waste any more words. This is my way of greeting you all, so that you will more readily submit to me. I, Carl, found my own words rather amusing. Therefore, before commencing the battle, he decided to first hear out the specifics of my demands. The scene shifted, and our discussion moved to the interior of a tent. But when he heard that I actually wanted to hire them to help me explore and conquer the perilous claw forest, Carl posed a pointed, almost existential question. Just what kind of insignificant brat are you? How dare you meddle with such a dangerous territory? And as he wished, I revealed my identity, declaring, "I am Jillian, the first heir to the esteemed house of Ferdium." Unexpectedly, this only caused them to erupt in uproarious laughter the very next moment. "So you're the infamous wastrel I've heard so much about. It really was you I was referring to all along. You've clearly lived a life of excessive luxury for far too long. A place like that isn't meant for pampered, sheltered individuals like yourself. There's absolutely no need to continue this pointless discussion any further." The figure behind me gestured decisively towards their clearly distinguished lineage, silently communicating their intent to protect their family's reputation. Conversely, he then made a dismissive gesture towards the hired mercenaries. The voice emanating from behind me spoke with unwavering conviction. Could it be that you're actually afraid of the dreaded Claw Forest? From what I've observed, the legendary Cerberus mercenary company isn't all that impressive. Observing this, Carl, reacted in a way that perfectly anticipated his next move. You little rascal. I advise you against making such bold and shallow pronouncements. As you are well aware, we are mercenaries for hire. Naturally, we only accept commissions that offer appropriate compensation. I responded directly to his statement. Only the weak constantly seek excuses. I require a response from you. To be or not to be. My words left Carl completely speechless for a full 2.5 seconds. Originally thought he was about to explode in a fit of rage. And the result? I was so furious I was left utterly speechless, even going so far as to kill me. No, unlike me, a guy like Carl who fully grasps how things work. You're wasting precious time by picking up. Simply compensate for the damages caused, and you'll be completely fine. I'm leaving this place now. Things have come to this point, so I have no choice but to use my final trump card. Since we can't seem to reach an agreement, then I will issue a pointless challenge to you. Jillian and everyone present were utterly astonished by these words. So Carl sternly inquired, "Do you understand the implications of this?" "Of course," he replied. "This is a time-honored, traditional mercenary duel," Carl explained. Both combatants have one hand bound together with rope. Without the use of magic, he continued. They duel with daggers within a designated circle. Typically, neither side gains a significant advantage, and it's even possible for both to perish in the fight. Furthermore, I added, raising the stakes, the loser must unconditionally obey the victor's commands. So, Jexa, what do you think of these terms? I asked. Meanwhile, Jillian, standing behind me, was utterly dumbfounded. As a former mercenary, captain himself, he naturally understood the brutal nature of this duel, and within the mercenary worldview of pure self-interest. Once the challenge was officially issued, there was practically no chance of it being refused. Carl suddenly flashed a strange, almost sinister smile. If you thought I would actually be present, then you're seriously in need of a complete overhaul. Following this brief exchange, the rules of my duel with Carl were established, just as previously outlined. Simultaneously, the onlookers erupted in cheers, predicting Carl's overwhelming victory. Only Jillian appeared visibly worried and anxious, filled with regret for not intervening sooner or offering to take my place in the duel. At this point, Carl suddenly spoke in a mocking tone. "I won't beat around the bush. In terms of experience," he boasted, "I possess a flawless record of 5 consecutive victories. Therefore, I'll be a good sport and allow you to make the first move. Tell me your strategy," he taunted, while giving me a deliberately condescending tug. Imagine the extent of his power that I was shown, so I mimicked his actions and immediately retorted with disdain. 5 wins? What's that? I felt, with a winning streak of over 100 matches, that it was merely the simplest mercenary spatial technique, which completely stunned the leader of a mercenary group, simply because he felt this level of skill wasn't something a rookie should possess. It turns out that after I issued my futile challenge to Carl, before the duel began, he proudly displayed his glorious record to me. A grand total of 5 consecutive victories. The veteran listened to his words, and I immediately responded with disdain. 5 wins? Is that all? In my hands, I held a winning streak of nearly 200 matches. At that moment, he had intended to give me a handicap and let me make the first move. Carl then abandoned this thought. Without a word, he raised his dagger and thrust it toward my head. Looking back at myself, I mirrored his action without hesitation, employing the very same technique. And in the next instant, we both executed identical head movements, effortlessly dodging each other's attacks. Immediately following, we even anticipated each other's next move. And in our subsequent attacks, we both incorporated the same sideways slash. Seeing that standard attacks offered no clear advantage, Carl abruptly yanked with his left hand, attempting to disrupt my balance, and then follow up with a swift stab. However, he was unaware that I had already seen through his scheme, so without shifting my weight from my left wrist, I executed a reverse grip block to deflect his attack, and watching Carl follow through with a piercing thrust. I quickly dodged with a sidestep and a crouch, easily avoiding the attack. At the same time, Carl seemed to think my attacks posed no real threat to him, so he decided to use his lower body strength to quickly finish the fight. At this very moment, he powerfully charged up his left leg and aimed a kick directly at me. I have to admit, this move of his did catch me somewhat off guard. In this urgent situation, I used the hardest part of my bones to forcibly block the attack, but the impact of the block was quite unpleasant. At this point, Carl suddenly said to me, "Very few of my comrades can withstand this move of mine. Your strength has truly exceeded my expectations. But if you really are a powerful warrior with over 100 consecutive victories under your belt, then quickly show me your true strength and let's settle this. Don't just keep dodging around like a cowardly rat." Seeing their boss, Carl, holding a commanding and substantial lead, the surrounding onlookers, fellow soldiers, couldn't resist unleashing mocking jeers and taunts. "With skills like yours, you dare to boast and challenge here? This is the price you pay for your arrogant, naive nobility, a harsh lesson in humility." Suddenly, Jillian's deathly glare, filled with murderous intent, instantly silenced the jeering soldiers, striking fear into their hearts. At the same time, Jillian felt a growing sense of unease and foreboding. Boasting and challenging given the current situation. This is definitely a highly disadvantageous matchup for me, because, according to the established rules, both participants must remain within the confines of a designated circle during the contest. If either competitor steps outside the circle even once, that signifies their defeat and the end of the match. While Jillian had unwavering faith in his master, but his weight disadvantage will be infinitely magnified within the rules of the competition. Jillian's analysis is, of course, entirely accurate and sound. However, what he doesn't know is my formerly illustrious and renowned identity. Moreover, the difference in weight won't be the ultimate deciding factor for victory. And at this moment, Jillian is preparing to make a decision that goes against his deeply held sense of honor. If his master's life were truly threatened in a moment of mortal peril, in that very instant, without any hesitation, he would undoubtedly intervene and disarm his opponent, seizing their weapon. Meanwhile, Carl on the field has clearly maintained a consistent advantage throughout the fight. After he executed a powerful over-the-shoulder throw on me, I focused my counter strategy on his immediate follow-up attack, and the result unfolded precisely as I anticipated. With perfect precision, I kicked Carl's dagger, squarely striking it. I flipped and soared upwards with the momentum. But little did I know, the moment I landed, the unexpected as always happened. Because of forcefully blocking Carl's kick just now, I felt a bone-shattering sensation in my shin. It seems that without the reinforcement of magic, even the strain of a successful defense accumulates relentlessly, reaching a breaking point. Carl, observing the shift in my expression, grew arrogant and taunted. "Your face seems a bit pale. Could it be that this level of intensity is making you nervous?" However, Carl held a different perspective in his inner monologue. While he thought I was pathetically dodging like a rat, he also recognized that out of the 5 opponents he'd faced, I was by far the most courageous. But it's also time to end this drunken brawl. And the reason Carl dared to make such harsh remarks, of course, is because he thinks he has thoroughly grasped my moves and strategies. From the very beginning until now, he believes I've been dodging during the gaps in his attacks, and then connecting with counterattacks. Furthermore, if I can't dodge in time, I block with non-vital parts of my body, minimizing the damage taken. But the use of magic is forbidden in this pointless challenge. So naturally, Carl thinks my body has almost reached its limit. All right, I'll let you struggle for another minute or two. Consider it my final act of mercy towards you, young nobleman. As the duel heated up, the threat Carl posed increased significantly. Little did they know, this was precisely what I desired. And during yet another clash with Carl, my lower leg clearly couldn't withstand his techniques and maneuvers. The fracturing of my bones intensified considerably. Observing me, Carl spoke, having perceived my predicament. "If I'm not mistaken, this is your absolute limit. Then I'll make you concede defeat completely and utterly, he continued, even to the point of losing your life. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers eagerly anticipated the bloodshed. As for Gilly, Auntz immediately drew his weapon, prepared to rescue his master from the impending crisis. However, his worry was entirely unnecessary, because I already had victory within my grasp. After I dodged Carl's neck-piercing thrust, he immediately felt a sense of disbelief and wonder. The techniques unfolding before his eyes were unlike anything he had ever witnessed. This was, in fact, quite understandable. After all, these are techniques I developed entirely on my own. Techniques as unpredictable and surprising as a sudden market crash. I achieved the effect of dodging by completely relaxing my entire body, releasing all tension. Simultaneously, I seized upon Carl's moment of confusion and hesitation. Using him as the central pivot point, I began to rotate and spin, and, in full view of everyone present, I proceeded to inflict serious injuries upon Carl's body using my bare hands. On the other hand, Carl, observing his own predicament, found himself increasingly agitated and frustrated as he was caught off guard. This escalating anger caused his subsequent attacks to become reckless and wild, yet more dangerous, thus leaving him vulnerable to inflicting severe damage, which I easily evaded with a simple sidestep, and he kept making me inflict further wounds upon him. At this moment, the advantage that should have belonged solely to Carl began to shift dramatically in my favor. In this instant, he even kicked Jillian to her feet, as she witnessed for the first time this terrifying side of her master. Simultaneously, Carl completely lost his rhythm, his attacks lacking even the most basic killing power. After being squarely hit by my perfectly timed attack, Carl's had experienced a brief half-second of dizziness. I pressed my advantage, delivering a barrage of blows to his throat and the crown of his head. In his dazed and disoriented state, Carl was completely unable to resist. But in order for him to assist me later, I intentionally avoided striking his dominant hand with this crucial blow. But Carl hadn't yet grasped the reality of his current predicament, still clinging to those predictable, tired old tactics I've completely deciphered. Suddenly, Jillian finally caught a glimpse of what was happening. It turned out that Master was cleverly applying his understanding of muscle exertion, exploiting the fact that when anyone exerts force, it creates a brief moment of stiffness in the body. In other words, while gaining strength, there's a corresponding loss of agility and flexibility. Master was avoiding a direct confrontation with Carl's aggressive energy, specifically to relax his entire body within a safe margin, placing a greater burden on his opponent and further reducing Carl's ability to react quickly and efficiently. Though surprised, I had to admit Master's strategy effectively neutralized the disadvantages of his lighter build. Watching Carl now, breathing heavily and struggling, I then deliberately remarked that when faced with a critical juncture, many individuals become consumed by the desire to win or lose, leading them to break the rules. Carl's words truly filled me with admiration. My commander naturally endured humiliation only after achieving recognition. If I were to disregard even these minor regulations, wouldn't I betray the expectations my comrades have placed in me? I acknowledge that, in the current situation, continuing a direct confrontation is disadvantageous for me, but surrendering victory to you is absolutely and unequivocally out of the question. I watched as Carl, ignoring the limits of his shoulder's flexibility, forcefully executed a shoulder throw on me. After all, he was certainly aware of the other stipulation in the rules. If either party were to first step outside the ring, that would signify their defeat. Just as Carl thought his scheme was about to succeed, unbeknownst to him, I executed an even more outrageous maneuver. I placed the back of the knife firmly against my wrist, creating a fulcrum to allow my body to spin. Using the momentum generated by the rotation, I delivered a powerful kick directly to Carl's midsection. But that wasn't all. I then gave a sharp tug, pulling Carl completely off balance. While he was unable to retaliate, I flipped over and landed directly above him. Finally, under this series of skillful moves, I sent Carl flying out of the ring. Therefore, You have lost this pointless challenge. If you're willing to accept defeat for the rest of your life, you will be my subordinate." At that moment, Carl suddenly questioned, "Just who are you exactly?" In my understanding, the Phidium family possesses no one with such strength. To this, I offered no reply, but instead abruptly yanked him back to his feet. The reason, of course, was his insufficiently respectful answer. In the following moments, I would begin the loving education of my newly acquired subordinate. Or perhaps it was just a single glance from the elderly gentleman that unexpectedly caused the group of decisive mercenaries to tremble with fear, simply because he was once the continent's strongest mercenary, their leader, although he no longer held the position. The sheer dominance radiating from his battle stance fully displayed the peak condition he once commanded. The scene flashes back to the moment I defeated Carl in that pointless challenge. But he didn't possess the typical despair of a defeated foe. Instead, he surprisingly began to question my identity. In his perception, a character with my level of skill shouldn't exist within Fertilum. I offered no verbal response to his inquiry. I only knew that I had to deliver a harsh lesson to this disheartened subordinate, a painful dose of reality. And with that, I swung my elbow, striking him squarely in the face. Seeing his body once again exceeding its inherent limitations, Carl immediately began reciting the established rules. However, before he could even finish his sentence, the fist of my other hand had already landed another blow to his face. To think that the esteemed leader of Cerberus would one day be concerned with rules. Rules are confined to games. They have no place on a battlefield where life and death hang in the balance. And absolutely never question anything your master does. For the next 2.5 minutes, every single one of my blows against Carl was merciless, each punch a critical hit. The mercenaries behind him started voicing their concerns, saying that if I continued like this, their boss would certainly die. But I didn't care in the slightest, because Carl's sharp, defiant spirit was still burning fiercely, and I had to beat him until he extinguished that fire and submitted to me, his master. Just then, Carl suddenly shouted at his men, "Are you bastards hoping I'll die? Is it not happening fast enough for you? Get your asses up here and kill him." Hearing this, these guys finally revealed their true nature. This was their territory, and they didn't need to care about any laws or regulations. They just needed to get the job done. But in the next second, an axe appeared. He instantly stopped these suicidal fools in their reckless rush. Some even scared shitless, practically pissing themselves. He looked down from his superior position and warned, "If anyone dares to take another step and interfere with my master's business, I will personally escort them on a one-way trip to the underworld." Seeing his own men so pathetically afraid of death, Carl was utterly dumbfounded, almost numb with disbelief. Moreover, in his perception, nobles were nothing more than pitiful, easily angered weaklings. And all he needed to do was display a hint of authority, instill a touch of fear, and they would instantly grovel at his feet. Even the noble women he used were completely at his mercy, never daring to show the slightest disobedience. Because of this, Carl earned the nickname Mad Dog, and his power and influence steadily grew. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. Today, not only did he experience his first failure in a pointless challenge, but the person he lost to was the aristocratic boy he looked down on the most. Now, seeing that Carl had been beaten unconscious by me, I waved my hand and gave the order, "If you don't want your boss to die, then fetch these for me immediately." Bandages, water. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries promptly stood and acknowledged the command, and their reaction was precisely the outcome I desired. Jillian, on the other hand, now understood my intentions. In the world of mercenaries, physical strength often holds a much higher position than the law. Therefore, he wanted to use the most direct method to firmly etch his authority into their minds, to show us who the true leader is. The scene changes. Following my brother Carl's agreement to submit to my authority, I sternly ordered him to quickly sign and seal the document with his fingerprint. Hearing this, Carl, although still somewhat disgruntled, nonetheless obediently complied. He proceeded to carry out my instructions exactly as directed. But at that very moment, a slight mishap occurred. As expected, a dog can't easily break its habit of eating feces. In his posture and demeanor, he still carried himself with an air of superiority. So I had no choice but to give him another pointed look. It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. Perhaps we should step outside and have another quick brawl. In a flash, Carl's muscle memory prompted him to lower his stance. Now, his status was nothing more than a humble servant to a nobleman. Suddenly, I grabbed Carl's arm forcefully, which startled him considerably, fearing he'd misspoken again just now. Instead, I actually wanted to be sweet to him. After the ceremony, we'll be family. So I wish us a happy partnership. The time between visits will hopefully be short. At this moment, at a hiring location outside the city, a mercenary group was waiting for their noble client's imminent arrival, and their lazy, disdainful tone was practically identical to that of an untamed Cerberus. Just then, a large, muscular man stepped forward and shouted, "Shouldn't one of us represent the group and go speak with our employer?" Clearly, from his straightforward words, it was evident that this mercenary band didn't even have a designated leader. The muscular man's name was Gordon, but regarding his ambition to become the leader, the others seemed rather annoyed. Looking back, there were a few precedents among them. Specifically after each interaction, they managed to completely ruin the deals presented to them. To convince them, Gordon immediately produced a stack of money pouches, promising, "Before I succeed, consider this money a guarantee for you. Let me be the one in charge. There will absolutely be no problems." And they, whose faces lit up at the sight of money, instantly changed their attitude, all agreeing to let Gordon temporarily lead the team. Meanwhile, someone suddenly reported from behind them that a young nobleman on horseback had appeared a short distance ahead. Upon hearing this, they instinctively looked over, if they weren't mistaken. His appearance perfectly matched the description of the fellow who wanted to hire them. Gordon, on the other hand, was filled with enthusiasm and gestured with his hand. "Now just sit back and watch the show. I'll teach this arrogant, naive brat a harsh lesson." But no sooner had he uttered his threat than his pupils constricted in sudden shock, because the aristocratic young man in front of him wasn't alone. He had a large group of people behind him. Indeed, it was I who came looking for them this time. "This is a headscarf." The man suddenly pointed forward and said, "What? What's going on?" "The infamous Cerberus mercenary group. Why are they so obediently following our employer?" As my large force reached this mercenary group, I inquired about who was in charge, and Gordon immediately trembled with fear. But now he had to steel himself and admit that he was. So I then asked him to give a brief self-introduction and describe his group. Although it was all information difficult for me to remember, it was merely a formality to assert my authority. Following this, I issued a command to Gordon, instructing him to assemble everyone within 3 seconds. From this moment forward, we're embarking on a journey to the dreaded Claw Forest, with the ultimate goal of conquering it completely and utterly. And with that, this week's installment comes to a close. I'm announcing the indefinite hiatus of this comic series for the remainder of the year. I sincerely apologize and ask for your forgiveness for my selfishness. And Dragon Girl wants to wish all her beloved viewers a happy new year in advance. I wish all my precious viewers a happy new year, although this year is drawing to a close with much to be admired. Next year's storyline promises to be even more captivating and thrilling. Join us next week without fail to witness my conquest of Claw Forest. And have a happy new year. For years, the menacing Claw Forest has remained untouched, a place where none dare tread. Yet it represents a crucial territory that I'm determined to explore and develop, even at great national expense. Because immense crises often come hand in hand with substantial, high-yield returns. Having lived a past life, I'm fully aware that not far from the entrance to the perilous Claw Forest lies a rich vein of mithril ore. If we can successfully secure it, Ferdium will immediately possess the resources to rival the formidable Count Delpi. Moreover, deeper within the forest, there are uncharted territories, places yet unexplored by any who have come before us. Now, with Belinda's hired mercenaries finally subdued and cooperative, our next step is to finalize our preparations and set off. Embarking on our journey to Claw Forest, the scene shifts and all the pre-expedition arrangements have been completed. We've established a temporary operational base camp nearby, carefully managing resource allocation and ensuring everything is strategically positioned. Finally, and most critically, we have assembled a strong and sufficient fighting force. Through Belinda, 148 mercenaries were hired from the agency. 41 mercenaries came from the Cerberus mercenary group, plus the 3 of us. That makes a total of 192. However, before setting off, I still confirmed one thing with Belinda. How are things progressing with Gobin? He's the commanding officer in charge of this area. Belinda replied, originally, I thought he would immediately object, but surprisingly, he said that if we needed help, he would immediately bring troops over to assist us. It seems everything is progressing quite smoothly. As for what to do next, of course, it's to officially launch the campaign and reclaim the bewitched Claw Forest from the clutches of Manhwa Village. Now, I shouldn't need to elaborate further. Everyone is very well aware of the inherent dangers he presents. A multitude of monstrous creatures, unforeseen threats, and unimaginable horrors will undoubtedly confront us. However, after this explanation, the moods of some mercenaries shifted, the reason being that when Belinda hired them, she didn't explicitly state that the expedition was to the perilous Claw Forest, leading them to believe it was a simple operation in a regular forest. This truly caught me off guard, leaving me practically speechless. Observing this, Belinda responded with a fierce warning. Claw Forest, a forest is a forest, isn't it? You're all grown men. Stop whining and complaining. This is a question a 3-year-old wouldn't even bother with. Yet, despite her reprimand, they still refuse to accept such a forceful explanation. The only way to effectively appease them remains singular. That means more money. As long as the exploration mission is successfully completed, I'll triple your original payment. Before the mercenaries could react, Belinda immediately voiced her strong disapproval, because all of the group's current funds had already been spent on today's preparations. However, I intentionally changed the subject. After all, by doing this, their morale would be reignited. Besides, I understand mercenaries better than anyone. Ultimately, after mining all the magic crystals from that mine, the money earned from selling them will easily cover the Yongbing fees. It'll only amount to a tiny fraction of the profits. Belinda, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Hearing this, Belinda let out a deep sigh. Of course I remember. How could I possibly forget, even in death? No matter what, just trust Master Ing unconditionally, since Carl doesn't know about the Urvanes. Naturally, he finds my decisions quite perplexing and baffling. Jillian offered an explanation for this. However, don't underestimate our Lord and Master, and don't forget you're the one he defeated. With that settled, I led the team, assembled in less than 2.5 weeks, and began working busily at the entrance of the Claw Forest. After clearing out some of the sun-blocking monkey trees, the surrounding environment became much brighter under the sunlight. Now, this lumber is also part of our resources, so I ordered that the felled trees be transported back to our base camp and completely uproot and remove the roots beneath the stumps so as to prevent the newly built road from reverting back to its overgrown state. Now that I think about it, after arriving in this monstrous Claw Forest, I realized its actual size is astonishingly vast, likely far exceeding the descriptions in Count Delpay's logs about it, making them practically useless for navigation. Nevertheless, eventually, I will eradicate every single threat lurking within this place and convert all the resources gathered here into Boitsu capital for Ferdium, halting its decline and preventing Ferdium's impending second collapse. However, the task I've assigned them for now is simply to locate that mineral vein, and that will be considered a success. Meanwhile, Carl was rather surprised to see me participating in the road construction, baffled that I, the employer, would involve myself directly in the labor. As for the others, many of them shared a similar sentiment, but their progress was surprisingly swift. They all suspected I was merely putting on a noble act, pretending to work alongside them to flaunt some aristocratic virtue, and they assumed I'd quickly fabricate an excuse to slip away and shirk my duties. This irritated Belinda to no end. she immediately snapped at them, telling them to stop their idle chatter and get back to work, or face the consequences of having their wages docked without mercy. After this little incident, Belinda sought me out, and I recounted the whole affair to her, explaining that as the employer, I shouldn't have to engage in such menial labor. To this, I simply responded that it didn't matter. My reason for joining in was simply to expedite the process, because lingering here for too long was utterly unproductive and detrimental. Upon hearing this, Belinda pouted her lips and muttered to herself, almost as if talking to herself. It's as if you're privy to everything that will transpire. Hearing me go speechless, of course I understand. I just couldn't bring myself to say it directly, seeing what appeared to be playful banter between us. Carl couldn't help but chime in with a few words, truly envious, and also worried about his own woman. Unlike us, who are only fit to be treated like dogs and ordered around, even when one foot is already in hell's doorway, we still have to work our asses off. Unexpectedly, as soon as Carl finished speaking, he was met with a merciless hammer blow from Jillian, which instantly enraged him. He decided that after the expedition concludes, he would definitely engage in a pointless challenge with Jillian, no matter the cost. Just then, I realized a very serious problem. Although everything has gone quite smoothly so far, but the fact that nothing has happened is strangely unsettling. Thankfully, the journal left behind by the previous Earl Del Pair clearly documented both resource locations and monster ecology, covering everything in meticulous detail. This allowed me to prepare thoroughly in many aspects. For instance, these hundreds of lanterns, although exorbitantly expensive, will soon prove their worth. Now, as we delve deeper into the entrance, the surrounding environment grows increasingly gloomy and ominous. The only constant is the absence of danger. Some mercenaries even believe the demon subduing Palm Forest is nothing more than this, concluding that the stories told are just fabricated tales to scare people. However, they are unaware that within this seeming peace, a terrifying, subtle threat lurks everywhere. Suddenly, Gordon noticed the path ahead was blocked by a colossal, ancient tree, so he wanted to ask me about how to handle it regarding this. I quickly ordered him not to shout and make a fuss, and to slowly walk back to the group, or else, if he continued standing there, he could die. Gordon, upon hearing this, became rather panicked, which caused him, while turning around, to accidentally hit the large tree in front of him with the lumber on his shoulder. The next moment, sheer terror caused him to collapse onto the ground. But the result wasn't as I had described. Gordon remained completely unharmed, sitting on the ground. Naturally, then, my words were treated like buzzing flies by the bald man. This thing in front of us is nothing more than a particularly robust tree, posing no threat whatsoever. In that case, if our employer is too timid, then allow me to temporarily take on this role. Unexpectedly, as the bald man continued to ramble on, a thick vine suddenly ensnared him, binding him tightly. And in his final moments, he was greeted by a giant with razor-sharp fangs. Everyone, stay alert. What appears before us next is a monster capable of delivering a fatal blow. A group of fire-resistant swamp man-eating plants. Because their fleshy bodies are full of water, they react with fire to produce protective steam. However, to overcome the limitations of their physical form and their fear of hostile energy, the swamp man-eating plants have disguised themselves as thousand-year-old tree demons. Their outer bark has reached a level of hardness, impervious to most conventional weapons. And regarding this information, all of this I learned from the diaries I wrote in my past life as Count Delpi. To ensure the smooth progress of this pioneering expedition, I had already prepared thousands of oil lamps for these disguised obstructions blocking our path. At this moment, after the bald mercenary was devoured by gaping maw of fangs, I immediately ordered everyone to be on high alert. However, before I could even finish my sentence, the mercenaries, overcome with fear, had already scattered in all directions, unaware that this only increased their chances of being hunted and devoured. These swamp man-eating flowers are incredibly sensitive to movement. Soon, nearly 20 mercenaries became a complimentary buffet. Just then, I saw Gordon clinging tightly to a tree trunk, crying for help, saying he was only 18, unmarried, and didn't want to die. Hearing this, the two mercenaries quickly rushed over to rescue him. But as the urgent axe swung down with all their might, the vines wrapped around Gordon did fly, but showed absolutely no sign of breaking or being severed. Instead, the axe was instantly damaged, reduced to scrap metal and useless junk. Just as they were hesitating, pondering what exactly was happening, Gordon, exhausted and unable to resist, had already been pulled halfway into the air by the vines, his life hanging by a precarious thread. Fortunately, I arrived just in the nick of time, drawing my sword and striking out decisively. Not only did I successfully rescue Gordon from his perilous situation, I also used his back as a springboard to somersault upwards once again. I then executed a spinning slash mid-air, accurately and decisively hitting one of the swamp man-eating flower's eyeballs. And seeing that the creature had been severely wounded, it emitted a piercing and mournful shriek, leading the mercenaries to mistakenly believe that the eyeballs were the fatal weakness of these monsters. We were just about to shift our full assault there. Fortunately, I issued another command in time. That's what allowed them to narrowly escape death. If scattered, they would easily become targets for the enemy. Therefore, to absolutely ensure everyone's safety, from this moment on, all of you raise your shields and form a defensive formation to protect yourselves. Until I issue a more suitable command, absolutely do not leave without authorization. Seeing that multiple defensive formations had been successfully implemented, I then turned to instruct Carl, who commenced executing the next phase of the plan, which involved lighting all the previously purchased oil lamps and hurling them wildly in the direction of the demonic creatures. And seeing that Carl was somewhat taken aback, he still gathered a few subordinates and carried out the orders. In under 2 seconds, they had already launched approximately 100 oil lamps towards us. Seeing the menacing flames rushing towards them, a clear and present danger, the swamp dwellers, though capable of movement, quickly raised vines to intercept the blaze. This sudden counterattack startled Carl and the others, causing them considerable alarm and apprehension. But precisely at the moment their attention wavered, the enemy seized the opportunity, extending their vines in a swift assault directed at our group. Fortunately, I had already given instructions to Jillian and Balin in advance, with me taking on the role of spearhead, drawing the aggro of those blade-wielding monsters, while they provided cover for Carl and the others, ensuring they could continue throwing oil lamps. Otherwise, had that previous attack landed successfully, even if Carl and the others had avoided fatal injuries, a significant portion of our oil lamps would undoubtedly have been destroyed. At this critical juncture, I took it upon myself to advance alone to the very forefront of our entire formation, standing firm, facing an overwhelming barrage of vine attacks that were too numerous to count with the naked eye. I immediately brandished my Zanetsuken on the spot, employing it for both self-defense and to draw the enemy's attention effectively. But I could see that the oil lamps still couldn't reach my opponent. I realized that continuing like this would absolutely not work. And just then, a flash of inspiration struck me, and a brilliant idea popped into my head. That was to slice all the eyeballs of the swamp man-eating flowers in a single strike, the effect of which indeed had a good effect. The subsequent attacks with the oil lamps almost all hit their mark. Before long, I managed to trap the enemy within a boundless sea of flames. Seeing this, everyone felt that victory was imminent and began to become somewhat complacent and relaxed. Little did they know, this was merely stripping away the enemy's disguise. Immediately, I quickly shouted, warning them not to let their guard down and to throw all the remaining oil lamps until there were none left. Because if we don't burn it until the very end, the true nature of this group of creatures will absolutely remain hidden. And after the massive wave of flames burned fiercely for a full 2.5 minutes, in the next second, a tremendous burst of water vapor suddenly erupted outwards. The area that was ablaze with intense fire was instantly extinguished. Belinda, witnessing this, felt utterly incredulous and anxiously inquired just what kind of terrifying existence these monsters could possibly be, that they could actually release water vapor to extinguish their burning bodies. Upon hearing her query, I responded with a simple explanation. This is because the flesh inside their outer shells is saturated with high moisture content, and water, when exposed to extreme heat, will instantly transform into vapor. The scene unfolding before our very eyes is precisely the result of this phenomenon. As for what will appear in the next moment, of course, it will be the unveiled true forms of these swamp carnivorous flowers. Each of them possesses succulent and delicious-looking flesh, topped with a fanged, enormous maw of fire, which is for them in their current state. It doesn't pose a significant threat at all. So, the next course of action we must take. The only thing left to do is grab the weapons at hand, and just commence with some somewhat reasoned wild hacking. All right, brothers, let's charge forward with everything we've got. That concludes our look at this week's new content from Fertium. We'll catch you all again next week, so goodbye for now. Imagine mercenaries, each thirsty for blood. These mercenaries, when facing the unknown horrors, are scared out of their wits, merely suffering scratches and bruises, feeling impossible to win, let alone slay the monster before them. But as the leader of this particular squad, my goal is to nurture the possibility of victory into a certainty. I want to cultivate a guaranteed ability to suppress it. Otherwise, this expedition into the Clawtooth Forest is destined to end in utter failure. At this moment, beholding the true form of the swamp ogre flower, I immediately raised my keen sword and proclaimed with a mighty shout from this moment onward, this will be a true and honorable white-knuckle battle. Let none even entertain the slightest thought of retreat. As these words left my lips, I charged valiantly, sword in hand, plunging directly into the heart of the monstrous horde. Yet, even with my impassioned plea and unwavering resolve, the mercenaries, hired with coin, continued their lackadaisical and uninspired fighting. How can we fight such a colossal, gargantuan monster effectively? They could easily crush us all into a gruesome pulp with a single stomp of their massive feet. But within our company was another mercenary band, who accepted the grave orders without hesitation, launching a fierce frontal assault. The leader of the band, Carl, was smiling, unable to contain his glee. He felt like he could breathe more freely, almost suffocating from anticipation. Finally, a proper hunt that truly puts our skills to the test. At long last, Jillian ceases her descent. Thus, Yanexian believes that the Alliance of Heroes is still hesitant about something. You only need to trust in Master Xian and follow along. And after a brief moment of careful consideration and deliberation, the mercenaries led by Gordon have finally decided to go all out. If things look dire, they trust that the client, Goose Sue, will assist them in extricating themselves from danger. All right, as for why I'm taking the lead and acting as the vanguard, it is, of course, to dispel any hesitation among those who follow me. After all, hesitation ultimately leads to unfavorable outcomes and detrimental results. Moreover, I aim to cultivate an unyielding will that can transform impossibilities into possibilities, and even ensure that things will certainly come to pass. Only in this way can our upcoming pioneering journey be consistently victorious. Everyone, listen up and pay close attention. This group of demonic creatures has already lost the tough, protective armor that once shielded them. Right now, they're essentially just oversized playthings, aren't they? Now, they're really nothing more than overgrown toys, wouldn't you agree? Easily wounded with a simple strike, even without magic. They can be cut down with ease, requiring no magical power whatsoever, under my command and guidance. And so, under my leadership and strategic direction, this band of road-blocking swamp mandrakes was swiftly annihilated. This cluster of obstructive swamp carnivores were quickly and completely decimated. Even those cowards from before struggled to believe it. Even the previously frightened members of your group can scarcely believe that they had actually accomplished it, that they've actually managed to achieve such a feat. At the same time, just then, seizing the moment while they were still in awe, I left them with a word. Under my enthusiastic pep talk and inspirational guidance, this team managed to unleash every ounce of strength and potential they possessed. However, the obstacles in our path were relentless and never-ending, as each stretch of newly explored terrain brought with it attacks from previously unseen types of magical creatures. Fortunately, nearly everyone was focused on confronting and eliminating the enemies, showing absolutely no signs of retreat. And their coordination and teamwork became increasingly refined and effective with each encounter. Jillian led his unit of shield bearers forward to intercept the relentless Kerberos mercenary Dawn, while I took on the role of primary damage dealer, delivering the decisive, lethal blow to the monstrous foes. Gradually, they began to acknowledge and accept my leadership abilities, collectively realizing that their best chance for survival depended on following my instructions and heeding my commands. But there was predictably always that one exception to the rule. A buck-toothed man from among the paid mercenaries. Then, suddenly, the scene shifts, and we find ourselves having advanced to the shores of a vast and shimmering lake. If my memory serves me correctly, this very lake marks the location of the most critical decision point concerning the lucrative uranium sales. Immediately after that, I promptly ordered everyone to set up a makeshift camp with their backs to the lake, taking a short break before continuing our search. It was only after nearly 2.5 days of relative calm that the snaggle-toothed man from before started acting up again. He approached Gordon and the others with complaints, which I was unaware of, about continuing further into the unknown, wondering what terrifying magical creatures might appear, worrying that our lives might genuinely end here, lamenting that we might earn money but not live to spend it. In response, Gordon pointed out that the employer had mentioned that the destination was nearly within reach, hadn't they? Besides, you've been exploring this area with us for so long. How can you even consider giving up now? Leaving him frustrated, the snaggle-toothed man felt compelled to reveal my past misdeeds. Did you think our employer earned the moniker Ferdium Rascal for nothing? After nights spent pondering his motives and strategies, I've come to the conclusion that he's simply seeking glory and recognition, recklessly pushing forward into this cursed and dangerous magic palm forest. At that very moment, the one-eyed man amongst us seemed somewhat perplexed by my pronouncements. We've accepted the employer's coin, therefore we must follow his orders meticulously. Are you suggesting that we take the money and run, abandoning the mission right here and now? The man with bandages wrapped all over his face instantly became emotionally charged and agitated. He doesn't want to witness our employer failing to demonstrate his capabilities or prove his strength. But as of this moment, I still believe he's just been incredibly fortunate so far. Nothing more. If he makes even one critical mistake going forward, our entire mercenary team is likely to be completely annihilated and destroyed, and facing dangers that he cannot possibly withstand or overcome. He might even use us seasoned mercenaries as a disposable human shield, without hesitation. That's typically how nobles behave, treating us as expendable resources. Gordon acknowledged, agreeing that it was indeed true. Little did the spoor-toothed male know, right when he thought his scheme was succeeding. The one-eyed male pointed towards me in the distance, stating clearly, if he genuinely believed that our lives held no value, he began to argue. Then the items even more precious than the wounded's lives, surely. He wouldn't have hesitated to use them without a second thought, even if we consider the most improbable scenario. If it were any other noble, I might believe your words, he continued. But not when it comes to him. I disagree because he's proven it through his actions. At the very least, he has never abandoned a single person to this day. Meanwhile, at nearly the exact same moment, over on the other side, I had some important matters to discuss privately with Jillian and the other two. It was evident that I was completely ignoring the spoor-toothed male, making my intentions obvious. Carl seemed somewhat puzzled. After all, if it were him, personally, he would have torn that guy's tongue right out without hesitation. Looking back at it from my perspective, for me, it was probably just a trivial matter not worth mentioning. The scene shifts. At this moment, the three of them had already thoroughly searched the camp according to my instructions. And after confirming that the number of oil lamps was only 24, I began to realize that something was wrong because their number had decreased from what we initially had. Previously, after we entered the Clawswood Forest, The demonic creatures would launch sudden attacks at any time, day or night. But the last 2 nights have been inexplicably quiet. Just then, Julian suddenly said with a serious expression, "We've entered the active territory of nocturnal monsters." Hearing this, I gave my confirmation. From now on, the most dangerous phase truly begins. Creatures that have a penchant for stealing light. They remarkably possess the extraordinary ability to seamlessly blend into the darkness, making it so not only are their physical forms imperceptible to the naked eye, but also conventional physical or magical attacks cannot harm them in the slightest. However, unbeknownst to many, this seemingly invincible existence does indeed harbor an extremely critical and fatal weakness. In a magical scroll I currently hold in my hands regarding these creatures holds the key to unveiling the answer to exploiting their weakness. At this very moment, as the late night hours creep in, everyone within the adventuring party has gradually succumbed and is now deeply immersed in slumber. Unbeknownst to them all, a calamitous event that threatens their very lives is steadily and silently approaching. Just then, Gordon was abruptly awakened by the pressing urge to relieve himself, and in doing so, inadvertently witnessed a truly bizarre and unsettling scene. He noticed that the oil lamp, which was originally placed to provide illumination, was now mysteriously floating in midair, a sight that left Gordon utterly dumbfounded and completely bewildered. Thinking he might still be dreaming, just as he was about to pinch himself to wake up, he unexpectedly noticed a bizarre monster with 4 pairs of eyes was kissing him. In contrast, upon hearing Gordon's screams of terror, the teammates sleeping nearby were immediately jolted awake. Almost immediately, Gordon started waving his weapon wildly, shouting repeatedly that a monstrous creature had invaded their camp. But from the perspective of the others present, they could only see Gordon standing alone, flailing his weapon haphazardly. And in an effort to figure out exactly what Gordon was doing, they questioned him. "What in the world are you talking about? There's no monster here at all. We haven't even seen a single mosquito." Hearing these words, Gordon cautiously glanced around at his surroundings, only to discover that the strange monster from earlier had completely vanished. Seeing Gordon in such a state, his teammates were even more inclined to trust him. He must have had a nightmare, surely. After all, they have been dealing with monsters quite frequently lately. But little did they know, just as Gordon was about to further explain about his Cerberus-themed bandana, a man suddenly walked over and stated, "This is definitely not a dream, because I also witnessed the oil lamp disappear from my sight without any explanation." Soon after, more people with similar experiences came forward to speak. Besides the strange disappearance of the oil lamp, they also heard blood-curdling sounds of theatrical singing, adding to the unease. To this, the bandana-wearing man solemnly declared, "Regardless, there's one thing that's clear. That is, there is definitely something unholy or supernatural present here." And at the instant he finished speaking, I, having caught wind of the conversation, quickly approached. "Everyone, gather here immediately. We need to formulate a temporary plan right now. Regarding the discussion phase, only 6 people will be involved." At this moment, Gordon, visibly shaken, exclaimed, "Employer, are you saying that the strange events that just occurred within the encampment were all caused by magical creatures, and specifically by a type that is difficult for the human eye to perceive?" Upon hearing my affirmative response, I explained that this is a unique ability that these creatures possess, allowing them to blend seamlessly into dark environments, making them one of the dominant magical entities ruling the darkness in this forest. They are called shadow pales, and under normal circumstances, not only are they invisible, but even attacks launched against them prove to be utterly ineffective. Of course, the primary reason they pilfered the oil lamps from the encampment is that manipulating and exploiting the darkness is precisely their most effective hunting strategy for ambushing prey. Darkness, for them, is their home advantage. At this point, Carl, growing somewhat impatient, could it be that they're planning to just before they kill us? "So, you want to make fools of us and play with our lives?" "Absolutely not. That's unacceptable." I will absolutely not allow such a thing to happen under any circumstances. With those words, Carl abruptly stood up. So what are you waiting for? Now we will proactively strike, taking the initiative to gain the upper hand. Reflecting on my own response, I countered that your idea struck me as excessively reckless and ill-considered. Moreover, just as soon as we bide our time and wait for them to launch their initial attack, we will then secure the optimal window for launching our counteroffensive. Linda seemed somewhat concerned, but our supply of lamp oil is dwindling rapidly now. Right now, we really are left with no choice but to sit here and await our demise. That's the only option we have, sadly. I told him, certainly, because if we launch a reckless assault, they will then briefly retreat and adjust their original hunting strategy. That persistent harassment will further impact our future operations. That means we will also lose a golden opportunity to eliminate them all at once. At this moment, Jillian inquired with a hint of doubt, well, are you suggesting there's a way to simultaneously hunt hundreds of invisible and seemingly invulnerable magical creatures? To this, I provided an affirmative response. Subsequently, I instructed Belinda to distribute the magic scrolls I had previously prepared to each person. Immediately following that, I commenced explaining precisely how to engage in the impending battle. Based on my calculated assessment, the shadow pales are currently converging upon us from 3 distinct directions, encircling our position. They are stealthily pilfering our oil lamps, gradually tightening their encircling grip. And considering the relatively small size of our company, we lack the numbers to effectively cover and respond to all their movements. Therefore, should we opt for a direct, head-on confrontation, our vulnerable rear will be exposed, offering the enemy a clear opportunity to exploit our weaknesses. In that scenario, our ultimate fate will undoubtedly be a complete and utter annihilation. But please, I implore you to trust in my strategic decisions. This particular battle will definitely see us holding the initiative and maintaining control over the situation, instead of them. First, we need to divide into 3 groups. The first is the crossbow unit. The first group is the crossbow unit. And finally, the elite assault force, which includes myself. The shields and crossbows will form a tight formation in the center to withstand and repel the enemy's offensive onslaught. At the same time, we, as the elite assault force, will concentrate all of our firepower, swiftly cutting off the shadow pales and others on the left flank, forming an encirclement with the central formation. What follows will simply be a one-sided slaughter, eliminating their forces, and victory will undoubtedly be ours to claim. Suddenly, a question was raised by Linda. Didn't we say that those demonic creatures could merge with the darkness, making it extremely difficult for us to effectively attack them? So, how should we deal with classical Chinese? I reassured Linda not to worry. Because this magical scroll holds the answer, the scene shifts. The current situation unfolded exactly as we anticipated. The shadow pale, as expected, launched an encirclement from 3 directions. And after the last oil lamp was extinguished, the encampment was completely plunged into the vast darkness. Instantly, I commanded everyone to take out the magical scrolls and tear them apart. The intense light released will expose the shadow pale in their true forms. This information, once again, I obtained from Count Delplav's diary. As all the magical scrolls were simultaneously used, an overwhelmingly intense beam of light immediately enveloped the vast surrounding environment, and simultaneously, under its radiant illumination, the true forms of the shadow pales have now been revealed in their pallid reality. Now, any attack we launch will inflict significant damage upon them. As for the immediate strategy, naturally, our center will draw their fire. Meanwhile, we, as the elite assault force designated for this task, will commence our planned offensive, initiating the assault from the left flank. These are the rotting, putrid corpses of fiends, sanctified in their monstrous state. Yet I regard them as treasures, solely because they once were part of the Devil's Claw's Legion. This is one of the most formidable monsters dwelling near the forest's entrance. And even reduced to mere corpses, their power lingers. The residual scent emanating from them is strong enough to repel lesser, demonic entities. Therefore, positioning these invaluable corpses strategically around our encampment will undoubtedly establish a temporarily secure perimeter line, ensuring relative safety. Let us rewind to the moment when the shadow pales, having lost their concealment, were exposed in their unveiled state. And so, at that crucial juncture, we initiated our meticulously crafted combat plan. The shield bearers and archers within the team will position themselves centrally, drawing enemy fire and providing a solid base of support. In contrast, considering my current level, the Cerberus mercenary group will function as an elite assault force, flanking the enemy and launching their attack from the sides, ultimately forming an inescapable and airtight encirclement. The reason we were able to eliminate the shadow pales with such ease, as if slicing through melons, is largely due to their incredibly weak physical resistance. It's truly abysmal. Their ability to absorb and manipulate darkness is supposedly their greatest weapon, but it's clearly not enough, judging by the current situation unfolding before us. I am confident that this team will soon achieve a triumphant victory ahead of schedule. Following this, I commanded my elite assault force, those personally loyal to me, along with my other teammates, to relentlessly diminish the numbers of these shadow pales as much as possible. The fewer of them remaining, the more beneficial it will be for our future mining operations in this area. Naturally, Jillian is undoubtedly the strongest member of our team, lending further strength to our efforts. Naturally, it's crucial to act as the main line of defense, blocking the monster's attacks and drawing the enemy's attention effectively. And as long as we coordinate with Carl's swift movements to disrupt the opponent's rhythm, Belinda and I can certainly inflict devastating blows on entire groups of shadow pale creatures, achieving a deadly and decisive impact on their ranks. As for the pack of Cerberus minions trailing behind, they'll be left with nothing but a spectator's view of the battle. Meanwhile, near the central area of the encampment, the shield bearers and crossbowmen are still unleashing firepower exceeding 100% of their capacity. But the sheer number of shadow pale overwhelms them significantly, and they're increasingly feeling overwhelmed and incapable of holding the line effectively. If the elite assault force doesn't arrive according to the originally scheduled time frame, then this defensive line will inevitably fall sooner or later. However, such concerns are clearly unnecessary in this situation. In the very instant they began to falter, we arrived at the central area with unstoppable momentum and overwhelming force. Seeing this, the previously dejected expressions of Gordon and the others completely vanished, their faces now beaming with the joy of impending victory. Then Gordon shouted loudly, instructing everyone to follow the employer's orders regarding formation and to shift into a dispersed pattern. Little did we know that just as we were about to surround these damned magical creatures from all directions, an unexpected situation unfolded in the next second. We saw the remaining pale shadows seize an opportunity in the gaps of our formation and fled without even looking back. This genuinely gave me a bit of a headache, as we hadn't even managed to fully encircle them yet. However, I quickly came to a realization about what was truly happening. The pressing issue was that I promptly assigned Belinda to carry out a specific task for me. Gina was the leader of that group of shadowy pale creatures. I recall that what distinguished him from the others was the pointed horns atop his head. I suspect it was definitely him who detected the anomaly, and he issued the signal to retreat back into the shadows. Yes, upon hearing this, Belinda seemed a bit confused. Wouldn't letting them go actually be advantageous for us? Considering time and other factors of our current situation, I then provided a thorough explanation to clarify our circumstances. Shadow pale creatures possess an extremely intense obsession with their prey, even though they are currently in a state of fleeing like stray dogs. It won't be long before they sweep back in upon us, disrupting our actions until all of the shadow pale are completely defeated in battle. So we might as well eliminate as many as possible right now to prevent any future troubles or complications. Hearing this, Linda instantly understood my intention. Upon hearing this, Linda immediately grasped the essence of my plan. As long as the intelligent leader is eliminated, If we could eliminate their wise leader, that enemy army will surely lose command. The enemy forces would inevitably lose all coordination and direction, and fall apart, causing them to fracture and collapse from within. Young master, you have indeed grown up. As thoughts settled, master, you've truly matured. As those thoughts crossed her mind, Linda took out a claw blade. Linda swiftly drew a specialized claw-like blade, and after skillfully fixing it onto a thick tree branch, and expertly secured it to a sturdy and robust tree limb, she immediately spun rapidly, moving like a cannonball, following closely behind. With a single leap, I plunged into the heart of the enemy's formation, instantly beheading the lead shadow pale, the one directing their forces. Now that he has breathed his last, succumbing to my blade, that also signifies that this battle can only conclude with our victory. Let's seize this opportunity and swiftly eliminate the remaining dim-witted shadow pales. Instantly, everyone surged forward with the ferocity of ravenous wolves. Within our ranks, a spirited competition even ignited, determined not to be outdone by old Jillian, who is past his prime at over 50. I imagine that if Jillian heard that, he'd only have a few choice words to say. Eventually, just as the sun began to rise on the horizon, we successfully managed to completely annihilate all of the shadow pales. Observing their joy and elation at achieving victory fills me with happiness as well. However, this isn't quite the time to celebrate our triumph, because there are still a couple of crucial matters that require our attention. Actually, I instructed Belinda to quickly assess the casualty situation for me. Secondly, it was necessary to recover the bodies of the shadow pales. Regarding this, Carl was puzzled and did not understand. Naturally, this was also perfectly understandable. After all, he simply had no knowledge of this creature's true purpose. Therefore, I then proceeded to explain to him and Jillian, this is because the shadow pale is one of the highest level magical creatures at the entrance to this claw forest. Even if only the corpse remains, its residual scent is more than enough to drive away other low-level magical creatures. Therefore, placing such a treasure around the camp can definitely form a temporary and absolutely safe defensive perimeter. After the tasks were assigned, I was also left to ponder alone. It has been 4 Kuan days since I began to explore and develop the claw forest, and now we have completely eliminated all the shadow pales. Following that plan, all that remains is to fully exploit the mining veins. The time has come to bring this phase of our operation to a definitive close. It's time to shift our primary focus back to the pursuit of vengeance. And just then, my train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Belinda. She reported that, within the ranks, only 3 hired mercenaries were unaccounted for. Otherwise, there were no casualties, leaving a total of 126 personnel. Such encouraging news puffed up Carl's arrogance to an even greater extent. It proved that the Cerberus unit I lead is indeed as tough and resilient as expected. However, when questioned about whether the 3 missing individuals were deceased, Belinda responded that their bodies hadn't been recovered from the area. Perhaps they have already gotten away, but before he could finish uttering his theory, Gordon and the others had already deduced the full implications of the situation. If my suspicions are correct, that buck-toothed man who tried to make a hasty and unauthorized escape earlier must have been accompanied by a couple of like-minded companions following along. Just as he had predicted, the buck-toothed men had already fled the scene in haste. For a brief moment, they were oblivious, unaware that this selfish act would soon bring a devastating price. Initially, they enthusiastically agreed that the buck-toothed man's decision was right, failing to realize that even if they made money, they wouldn't live to spend it. Meanwhile, spotting the 2 fools still chatting idly, the buck-toothed man angrily scolded them, urging them to seize the monster's distraction and run for their lives before all their efforts were completely wasted. But no sooner had the buck-toothed man spoken than the teammate in front of him began trembling violently in terror. Seeing this, the buck-toothed man was naturally utterly bewildered until his teammate, with great effort, managed to tell him to look. Behind him, at which point he finally understood the problem. What was clearly very peaceful smog weather. However, I instantly sensed that it absolutely concealed murderous intent. Sure enough, after I dispersed it with my sword energy, what came into view was actually a mountain of freshly piled up bones. But what I found truly unbelievable was that the demonic creature guarding the mine was actually this monstrous claw, the apex predator of the forest food chain. As for going back to Bao Yanan, at the moment when the three of them seized the chaos to escape, little did they know that their selfish actions would soon come at a terrible price. At this moment, only Feng Wei was in front of me. As soon as he saw the menacing eyes had already focused on his blinking princess, the three became a meal in the belly of the giant serpent before their very eyes. However, seemingly for the sake of enjoying a free buffet, the snake actually spat out Bao Yanan, who was almost completely dead. After that, once again, he melted back into the almost imperceptible haze, patiently awaiting the demise of his unsuspecting prey. Meanwhile, after a full week of much-needed rest and recuperation, we resumed our pioneering mission at the entrance to the dreaded Clawfawn Forest. Just then, Carl suddenly wore an expression of utter astonishment. It was the very first time I'd ever seen those usually sluggish mercenaries display such remarkable alertness. To this, Jillian responded with confidence. That is only natural, of course, because they have all come to fully believe in the young master's outstanding leadership abilities. Following this, Carl continued to press me with his inquiry. So, do you intend to disband them after the conclusion of this particular operation? It's a real waste to only use them once. The three of them then voiced their opinions, acknowledging that I had already carefully considered this issue. I replied that I planned to continue training them as my own personal soldiers for future endeavors. As is widely known, a poorly organized group of mercenaries simply cannot defeat a well-trained and equipped regular army in a large-scale battle. But at this moment, judging from their experiences here, from what I can see, they've all surpassed the limits of mere mercenaries. Therefore, everyone here will be the foundational strength upon which I build my future kingdom. In the meantime, the hooded man from Cerberus approached to report the situation. As per the instructions given to him, he has scattered all the corpses of the Shadow Pale throughout the surrounding area. The resulting effect is, of course, quite significant and noticeable. Even Carl, who is usually reluctant to give praise, couldn't help but admire my judgment. This is absolutely incredible, from the camp all the way to this location. We genuinely haven't encountered a single wisp of magical mist. But for some unknown reason, as I look towards the area where mining is about to conclude, my right eye keeps twitching uncontrollably. Could it be that something unfortunate is about to happen? Suddenly, Belinda leaped down from above. It seems he has successfully completed the reconnaissance mission I assigned him. I saw him visibly excited as he reported back to me, "Young master, it is indeed as you predicted. Not far from here lies precisely what we've been searching for." And the instant he finished speaking, I immediately turned and commanded everyone to clear the path at full speed, informing them that the destination of our mission was now within sight. As the last section of trees fell, waves of intense, piercing, pale green light emanated from behind, and nearly everyone except me was utterly captivated by what lay before them, standing silently in place for quite some time, until I spoke, shattering the brief tranquility. I suspect I don't need to elaborate much now, as the treasure now before our eyes speaks volumes. And this is exactly what I was hoping to find, a top-tier magic crystal or deposit with extremely high elemental content. Hearing this, Carl excitedly exclaimed, despite the smoky and murky atmosphere all around us, the primeval forest truly possesses passive elements of Eastern origin. Upon hearing this, Jian was somewhat speechless, reminding him, "Haven't I told you this before? Young master doesn't undertake any strategies that don't offer a return on investment." Belinda, on the other hand, braved potential issues and tightly embraced me, expressing, "Our hard times are finally coming to an end. We can finally get rich together with our fans. Make a fortune. Make a big fortune." But just as Gordon suggested commencing the mining operation immediately, I suddenly informed them that nobody was allowed to act rashly or move without explicit permission. And I specifically explained that this pioneering mission could very well end in utter failure. At this moment, as the smog gradually dissipated step by step, we spotted a familiar figure emerging from within. Indeed, it was Bao Yi, the deserter from our own team. But despite this, my companions and I greatly despised such selfish behavior from that individual, though my former comrades wanted to rush forward, eager to participate in the unfolding rescue. To initiate a swift and decisive rescue operation, I quickly intervened, preventing their advance, directing them to fall back and secure the rear. Bagya, unfortunately, is beyond our help now. He is now nothing more than a lifeless corpse, dripping with fluids. Even as I spoke those words, I smoothly drew my greatsword, immediately following with a sweeping downward strike. The resulting surge of sword energy instantly dispersed the obscuring miasma in the immediate area, revealing a horrifying sight, piles upon piles of freshly gnawed bones. Not only were there human remains, but also those of magical creatures, a vision that sent shivers down the spines of most in our company, leaving their legs weak with fear. Seeing this disturbing scene, I knew we couldn't venture any further. There's likely a powerful, high-level monster guarding this place. Some of the remains appear chillingly fresh, indicating a recent and tragic demise. Furthermore, the surrounding air here is also problematic. A noxious mix of poisonous gas and smog has melded together. Damn all. In my past life's records, it was clearly documented that this particular vein of or held absolutely no dangers whatsoever. Everyone, rally your spirits and sharpen your focus. Prepare yourselves at all times to face the imminent dangers that may strike. Unexpectedly, in that split second as I slipped and started to fall, a gigantic serpent, hissing and flicking its forked tongue, suddenly materialized directly above us. And then, without any warning whatsoever, it opened its massive, blood-filled maw. Upon seeing this terrifying sight, I immediately charged forward, raising my greatsword high to meet the monstrous serpent head-on. But even though my attack landed squarely and decisively, targeting the snake's vulnerable 7th inch, it unfortunately only managed to leave behind a faint, almost negligible scratch. So in order to accurately pinpoint and uncover its true weaknesses, I swiftly refocused my attack and locked onto the colossal snake's heavily armored skull. Yet, even with my efforts, I still couldn't inflict any significant damage upon it, seeing that I was still suspended in midair at that moment. The massive serpent abruptly spewed a dense cloud of venom directly towards me. Fortunately, my reactions were swift enough, and I forcefully twisted my body, ensuring that the venom only managed to strike the cloak billowing behind me. Unexpectedly, the serpent's next attack had already descended upon us with overwhelming speed. Left with no other viable option under such intense pressure, I was compelled to forcefully summon and channel even greater amounts of magical energy to block the incoming strike. However, its raw power was demonstrably superior to my own magical defenses, and before I could fully react, I was violently slammed against the hard ground by its immense force. Upon witnessing this, Belinda grew extremely worried and cried out without reserve, disregarding her composure, anxiously inquiring if I was all right after taking such a brutal hit. But the serpent's relentless assault showed no signs of stopping. It proceeded to weave and thrash its enormous body back and forth through our ranks, causing chaos. And in that frantic moment, Belinda and the others were only able to provide aid to the weaker members of our party. Having just withstood the immense force of the giant serpent's swift attack, while my body endured considerable strain from the overwhelming assault, this was definitely not the breaking point of my capabilities. It appears that this formidable creature is indeed the master of this energy vein. Yet, this very being was previously categorized among the unbeatable and perilous monsters during this operation, given that it is typically found dwelling deep within the forest heart. How could it possibly be present in a place like this one? Could it be that the course of history is drastically changing because of my actions? Therefore, faced with such slim chances of success, should I choose the wiser path of retreating to preserve my life, or recklessly defy my limits and challenge the inevitable? This type of contemplation should not be occurring in my thinking. I absolutely cannot even consider giving up so easily, or else all of my previous hard work will have been for nothing and washed away. And stop targeting my shoulders, damn it, bearing burdens far heavier than you could possibly fathom. Today, it's a fight for survival where only one of us walks away alive. Either you perish or I do. And the one strategy capable of vanquishing this seemingly invincible monstrous beast is destined to end with me being devoured whole by its enormous maw. This is because the colossal serpent possesses scales that can shift and move at will. Furthermore, the defensive capabilities of these scales are extraordinarily robust and resistant, meaning that even by imbuing our weapons with magical energy, it's still incredibly difficult to inflict any real, substantial damage upon it. Therefore, I've concluded that the key critical opening to defeating it lies within its very body. Let's rewind time to the moment I unleashed the magic box, to the third stratum of that fateful moment, to prevent all of our exhaustive endeavors and sacrifices from being completely and utterly in vain. I made the resolute decision to fight this gargantuan serpent to the bitter end, right here at Therm, even if it cost me my life. You better not get in my damn way and incur my wrath. Today, it's a fight for survival where only one of us walks away alive. Either you perish or I do. Sensing my deliberate provocation, the colossal serpent immediately unleashed its massive, blood-drenched maw, lunging ferociously in my direction. As for me, carefully assessing the disparity in our combat prowess, I unhesitatingly parried the incoming attack with my sword, using this opportunity to gauge its strength, and confidently determining that I possessed a fighting chance. I swiftly transitioned that initial block into a precise, angled counterattack designed for a killing blow, though it wasn't quite enough to breach its heavily fortified, incredibly resilient scales. It did, however, allow me to pinpoint a vulnerable spot where I could potentially inflict damage, specifically the giant serpent's eyes. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from behind me. Fortunately, my reflexes were sharp, allowing me to grip my sword and raise a defensive barrier. Because if I had been struck squarely by that feathered fiend's attack, I suspect I would have been instantly annihilated without a second thought. Unsurprisingly, it seems I'll be stuck on the back foot in a precarious position. But regardless of how slim my odds of emerging victorious may seem, this bullet wound, I absolutely have to endure and shoulder the burden. Just like my father, sometimes in certain situations, some battles are not chosen according to one's own will or desires. Right at that critical moment, my single desperate drawing sword strike, quite fortunately, managed to draw blood from the colossal serpent. Seeing this unexpected development, the spectators standing by were all stunned and amazed, but they also momentarily worried about my safety and well-being. Yet this kind of concern was clearly superfluous and unnecessary. After all, in this particular battle, I had already cast my life to the winds, disregarding the potential consequences. And initially, I thought the giant serpent's sudden collapse to the ground was because those two previous strikes had more or less inflicted a fatal blow and a decisive impact on it. But little did I know, just as I turned my head to look back, that giant serpent stood up again, completely unharmed, as if nothing had happened, as if it were deliberately taunting and teasing me. But none of these external factors are important to me right now, at this crucial stage. The important thing is my continued release of energy. Crucially, I need to keep pouring it on, maintaining this output. The burden the third layer places on my body is almost exhausting my magic. The immense strain of this third layer is rapidly draining my magical reserves. Suddenly, my teammates rushed towards me frantically. Out of nowhere, my teammates began charging toward me in a frenzy. Belinda was the first to ask about my injuries, full of concern. Belinda, clearly worried, immediately started peppering me with questions about my condition. Since I didn't respond promptly, she became even more frantic. Because I hesitated in answering, her anxiety only seemed to amplify. Belinda called for Gordon to escort me to a safer location immediately. Quickly, Belinda instructed Gordon to get me out of harm's way and to a secure area. They would handle things here for now, but before he could finish his thought, they would hold the line, but before he could fully articulate the plan, I interrupted him sharply, ordering everyone to retreat immediately. Belinda was extremely worried about it. As for your young master, you don't need to worry about my life or death, because I have a compelling reason why I must capture him. Belinda was very puzzled. To have been able to expand into this area was already a miracle in itself. So why did her young master still insist on pressing onward at all costs? Just at that moment, the giant serpent unleashed a stream of venom towards our position. Seeing the massive amount of poison, I once again issued the order to retreat. But what I received in return was an unprecedented show of unity. The shield bearers in the group immediately raised their shields, blocking the incoming venom. And just as I was about to express some heartfelt sentiments, they all spoke in perfect unison, saying, "Since you, our employer, are determined to fight to the death, then we will stand by you and face whatever comes our way together. This type of employer is essentially a mercenary at heart. Our good fortune is all thanks to you, allowing us to survive through multiple crises time and time again. If we manage to slay this damn guardian monster, then the treasure behind it will rightfully be ours. I absolutely will not abandon the young master and flee alone. The experience of the older generation often triumphs over youthful vigor. Allow me to draw that creature's attention and keep it engaged, creating a decisive opening for you to exploit and strike. Please place your trust in us, just as you requested that we unconditionally believe in you when we first heard their words." I remained silent for a considerable time, because I genuinely didn't know what to say in response. And the only thing I could do was to inform everyone regarding all the relevant information concerning the giant serpent. That creature's venom is exceptionally lethal. Its crimson scales possess the remarkable ability to shift and move freely, providing it with an extraordinarily high degree of defense. Even weapons imbued with potent magic would struggle to inflict significant harm. However, not all aspects of this encounter are stacked against us. The serpent's left eye has been blinded, and I managed to slash its mouth open considerably. That gaping wound proves that we are, in fact, not invincible against this beast. Listen up, everyone. This marks the official commencement of the final battle of our expedition. After this battle, we will return and indulge in a well-deserved celebration of our accomplishments. So, under no circumstances are any of you permitted to simply give up and die on me. And precisely at the very instant that my command falls, a large-scale brawl against this high-level magical beast erupts, poised to unfold. My trusted and capable companions are also unleashing their full arsenal of signature skills and abilities without holding back. Conversely, as for those insignificant, weaker minions, they understand all too well that the power of any single one of them is negligible. But when I bind them together, their combat prowess wouldn't be significantly diminished at all. And as the battle escalates into a heated phase, regardless of who in the team is struck, even if critically wounded by the giant serpent, it's not an irreversible catastrophic injury. As for me, my priority is to obliterate the enemy's remaining eye. I am acutely aware that even with the benefit of rebirth, not every single thing is within my control. Not every plan unfolds precisely as I envision. This battle serves as a prime example. The unexpected turn of events forces me to contemplate these weighty layers of contingency. If I don't step forward decisively, then this meticulously assembled team of mine will inevitably be consumed here. And as these thoughts settled in my mind, I charged into the heart of the enemy without any hesitation whatsoever. Having lived for 2 lifetimes, my experience tells me that, based on my 2 lifetimes of experience, I knew that as long as I entered the giant serpent's body, as long as I could manage to get inside the colossal snake, I could deliver a fatal blow. I would be able to deliver the killing strike. Finally, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, and then, to the shock of everyone present, I, in Feed's body, pierced his head with a sword. I, inhabiting Feed's body, ran my sword straight through his skull, and with a powerful strike, split his tongue in two. And in one swift motion, I cleaved his tongue in two. This battle ultimately ended in our victory, and with a shift in perspective, this hard-fought battle concluded with our victory. The scene then shifted. Time quickly passed by half a day, and as the leader of Didi's evil mother's subordinates, he remained utterly silent, seemingly awaiting some significant development or cue. Just then, the family's knight commander suddenly arrived to report that young Master Jillian had returned, bringing us back to the moment I defeated the great serpent, back to that pivotal instant within the main city of Ferdium. Although I was swiftly confronted and scrutinized by my father, and the very first words he uttered to me were that I must emphatically warn you repeatedly that venturing to develop and exploit the Demon Claw Forest is strictly forbidden. Upon hearing this, I nodded to acknowledge my perceived transgression and express my apologies. However, I still firmly maintained and defended my original conviction and personal beliefs. After all, developing the forest for Ferdium is undoubtedly and undeniably a crucial and necessary endeavor. In response to this, the Knight Order's commander, Randolph, promptly and directly countered. You must understand very clearly that unauthorized entry into the Demon Claw Forest. The forest itself is already in violation of laws and regulations. The very essence of the forest defies established laws and regulatory frameworks. Besides, have you even considered the potential ramifications of your actions? Furthermore, have you thoroughly pondered the potential repercussions that could arise from this? What if the magical creatures from there were to surge forth? Imagine a scenario where the magical entities residing there were to suddenly break free and surge outwards, attacking the main city and its surrounding areas. I sighed deeply, potentially launching devastating attacks on the main city and all of its adjacent settlements. I released a heavy sigh. Can't you just try not to think in the worst possible terms for once? Is it truly impossible for you to adopt a more optimistic perspective, even just this once? Here I am, alive and back after all. After all, I am standing right here before you, very much alive and safely returned. And there haven't been any reports of new attacks. Moreover, there's been a complete absence of any recent reports regarding new incidents or attacks. Naturally, my retort provoked their displeasure and disapproval. There, splashed across the page, was the scandalous account of my affair with Amelia. All thanks to you, it drove Earl Radford into a furious rage. He didn't just sever all his long-standing support for our Fardingham. He even went so far as to call off the planned alliance through marriage. But as a result of all this, I'm now dealing with the fallout. Because, knowing what I do for my past life, I know Earl Radford harbors a strong dislike for Amelia, though this letter doesn't seem forged at first glance. Looking at it from a different perspective, it all becomes clear. That is, Amelia has already joined forces with those people. It seems any leverage I thought I had over him is now completely useless. I knew it. That venomous woman would never simply let things go. And as expected, the speed of historical events has accelerated due to the changes I've set in motion. That's when my train of thought was suddenly interrupted by Albert's voice. So, young master, you should have absolutely no excuses this time around. Following him, the head butler, Maine, sternly rebuked me as well, demanding the immediate return of the money borrowed from Amelia. As for Randolph, he chimed in with a sharp complaint, stating that this sum was substantial enough to cover nearly half a year's expenses for the Knight's Order. In stark contrast, my response was a simple four-word declaration. I spent it all. However, unlike previous occasions where I might have squandered funds, this particular money was strategically invested in preparations for exploring and developing the Demon Claw Forest. No sooner had these words left my lips than an absolute, deathly silence descended upon the room, and it took a good while for everyone to process what I had said. Are you saying you spent that enormous amount of money on essentially meaningless endeavors? I understood perfectly well that they didn't quite grasp the significance. Therefore, I opted to offer a preemptive apology to show my respect. Just as I was about to refute myself, it felt like a large hand suddenly seized my collar with surprising force. You goddamn bastard. Do you even realize how your unreasonable and absurd behavior has completely ruined the future prospects of the Ferdium family? From this moment onward, you are no longer the young master of this family. Instead, you will be considered a common criminal, and you shall spend the rest of your miserable life locked away in prison where you belong. Ultimately, all of this stems from the persistent issue of money. Well, from this day forward, I, Jillian myself, will personally be responsible for providing all the necessary funds to support the family. And immediately after these decisive words left my lips, my usually quiet and reserved father finally broke his silence to speak. What exactly do you mean by this? I didn't immediately offer a response. Instead, I summoned Belinda, who had been patiently waiting outside the door for quite some time, and then instructed her to open the box and display its contents for everyone present to see. If you all think my expansion plan this time is just a frivolous game, then you are seriously mistaken in your assessment of the situation. And upon seeing that the box was completely filled with magical crystals, they were immediately stunned by the sheer quantity for a full 2.5 years. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, holding their breaths in awe. At this moment, Maine inquired, "These wouldn't happen to be the Belinda books you exchanged for with that money, would they?" He wanted to explain, but he was stopped by the housekeeper in charge of minimizing losses. "These are top-tier magical crystals of the highest quality. That sum of money certainly wouldn't have been enough to exchange for this many crystals. Conversely, uncle Albert ritorted, no, these are all genuine, top-quality magical crystals, without a doubt. But if you think that relying solely on these crystals is enough to sustain the power of the Ferdy demon, that's simply a complete fantasy." To this, I smiled dismissively. Of course, this isn't enough. I also haven't revealed the full extent of my current inventory at all. It was merely a box that I had a maid bring over casually, yet it astonishingly silenced the family's mainstays, leaving them speechless. This was solely due to the priceless magic contained inside this very box. The Crystal family's CFO even proclaimed that the estimated value of this single box already rivaled the entire kingdom's magical reserves. But to that, I simply offered a disdainful, knowing smile, because the truly spectacular and impressive reveal was yet to come and still lay ahead. At this moment, I led my father and the others to the site where the spoils from the Demon Claw Forest were being transported. I also wanted to let them witness firsthand exactly what I had been accomplishing and achieving within the Demon Claw Forest these past few days. Just then, my father confirmed something with Belinda, seeking reassurance and direct confirmation. He told her to give me the honest truth. "Are you sure that all of these acquisitions truly came from your expeditions and efforts in the forest frontier?" Belinda, upon hearing this, provided an affirmative response without hesitation. She also added a perfunctory remark. "It's all thanks to young master's efforts that we've acquired these tough tree barks and the remains of the giant serpent, alongside a vast quantity of demon corpses. As for the magical crystals found at the site, what we've gathered is just a fraction. A significant portion remains unmined, waiting to be extracted and utilized later." After Belinda finished speaking, I promptly followed up, asserting that everything I do is solely aimed at vanquishing the demonic forces. Of course, I assure you there will be no personal gain or ulterior motives. Instead, I pledge to dedicate all resources to bolster the family's prosperity and growth. Suddenly, Albert was visibly astonished, as I had performed a rough estimation and calculation, determining that if we were to convert these into liquid capital and financial assets, we would no longer find ourselves regretting or struggling so intensely with this matter. In the instant of his transformation and descent, both Maine and Randolph immediately shifted their expressions and adjusted their attitudes constantly. They showered me with praises, highlighting my outstanding abilities and potential, and so on. They're always at your disposal whenever you need them for anything. All right, let me outline a few conditions to begin with. Firstly, release both Galban and Ricardo immediately, assuring me that they will act under my direct command. Secondly, maintain the current restrictions on public access to the forest area, to prevent any unnecessary rumors from circulating and spreading, as such rumors would inevitably create unwarranted problems for our family. As for the third and final condition that I require permission to personally recruit and manage my own private army. After all, having to request soldiers from the family each time a situation arises is simply a waste of my precious time and resources. That's all I ask. They agreed to almost everything else without much hesitation, except for that final condition, which was strongly opposed by Gilly. In that case, concerning the support from Ferdium, perhaps it's time I consider learning a thing or two from Count Revere. My words took Albert by surprise. Consequently, he directly implored my father to say something, accusing me of still using the family's future as a bargaining chip. At the same time, Jillian and Carl approached, reporting that the loading of the magic crystal was nearing completion. Upon your command, we are ready to depart at any moment. As per your instructions, the tree bark has been carefully preserved. Regarding the question of how we should handle the snake, I instructed them to dismantle and classify the venom, flesh and skin separately, ensuring to prevent any decay. At this moment, Father and Randolph started whispering to each other, because they were both well aware of Carl and Jillian's strength and background, and they couldn't fathom how I had managed to convince them to become my subordinates. They even felt that the army I currently managed was in no way inferior to Ferdium's current forces. Molding this band of undisciplined mercenaries to willingly serve must have taken considerable effort on your part. Hearing my father's words, I quickly shook my head in response. Actually, they all joined my cause entirely of their own volition. So, it's not that their inherent nature is uncontrollable by others. It's that they don't have full autonomy. It all comes down to their mercenary status and inherent nature. My father took my words to heart, but before heading back, he still issued a stern warning regarding this unauthorized operation. I'll consider this a way of redeeming yourself, but if there's a next time, I believe you're well aware of the consequences of disobeying my orders. To this, I responded with a smile. Thank you. Father, one day I will become the heir and inherit all of Ferdium, so you better be prepared for it. Or perhaps you should first embody the spirit of the Northern Wolf. My father's words gave me much to ponder. The Northern Wolf was a title borne by my father, Earl Brodim, all because he dedicated his life to safeguarding the northern borders of the kingdom of Lasania, a man as solitary and fiercely independent as a lone wolf. Yet, despite his lifelong commitment and sacrifice, his final fate was a tragic death, followed by the cruel sting of being forgotten by the world. These grim realities were brought sharply into focus as Lind interrupted my train of thought. Master, shouldn't we return to the main company headquarters first? She inquired with concern. But I, Wan Yin, refused without even a moment's hesitation. I've already steeled myself and made preparations. Our only course of action is to set off immediately for our next destination. Before Lind could even suggest I rest and call me Jillian, she immediately perceived from my expression that I wasn't in good condition, and kindly advised that I take a period of rest and recovery before making any further plans. Of course, Belinda is undoubtedly the one who understands me the best. Does she even know how severely injured I was during my duel with the colossal serpent? And the toxins still linger within your system, not yet fully purged. But before he could fully articulate his thought, I interjected, cutting him off mid-sentence. Don't forget, our agreement is predicated on unconditional trust. You must believe in me without reservation. The truth is, my reluctance to rest stems from a deeply personal and unspoken predicament. I foresee the news about the magical crystal spreading rapidly and extensively. Naturally, this information will also reach those individuals operating out of Ferdium. Considering these pressing matters alone, I cannot justify taking any respite. I urgently need to fortify my existing power and capabilities as quickly as possible, to a level where no one would dare to easily encroach upon Ferdium's territory. But at that precise moment, right before everyone's eyes, I suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground.